Forgot to mute. Hello, everybody. I think I'm live. Hello, hello. Good to see everybody. Let me just finish setting up real quick here. Here we go. All right. I think we are live and we're doing well with the internet. Got fixed on Monday, and we have top speeds now. So hopefully everyone is hearing me loud and clear and seeing me without any delay and buffering. We love it. So welcome everybody. It does make you grateful for when everything's working smoothly, when we have things that rattle our cage from time to time. So Saturday and Sunday we had trouble here in the wonderful, wonderful world of the internet in our area. So, but we're back. So hello, hello. And I'm excited to see what messages come through from Spirit this evening. And of course, we'll start off by taking a big deep breath and coming back to here into this moment. And we will also bring in the singing bowl as we do to help radiate that energy and fill us up. But we'll start off there. If you want to join me in doing that, just take a big deep breath in, hold it for as long as you feel comfortable, and then release slowly, focusing on coming back to the now, out of the future, out of the past, out of the chaos, and come into this beautiful, beautiful energy. So here we go. Big deep breath in. Beautiful, beautiful. And I will hit the singing bowl 3 times. As I hit each time, you can just imagine this beautiful love energy just radiating and pulsating, rippling out into our minds and all our stories, into our emotions and our hearts, to our physical bodies, into our joints, our blood, the organs of our body, into our energetic fields, into our chakras and our meridians and our auras, and just let it fill us up and then ripple out to the world, allow it to do whatever it wants to do out there to help make the love vibration of the planet go up and up and up. And something we can do to help join in raising our love vibration is to intentionally and um, truthfully, sincerely have gratitude for one thing that we have in our life right here, right now. And that immediately starts raising our vibration and puts us in that place of receiving from spirit, both messages, um, energies, and whatever we're grateful for, we attract more of that as well. We make it easier to come toward us. So that's what we'll do. I'm not sure how loud this will be. It varies from time to time. So guard your ears. Or was it in The Devil Wears Prada? Um, Something about, I can't remember what it was. It was something about your loins. Gird your loins or something. They were like, whoa, everyone. So be aware as we bring this energy in. Here we go. Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much for joining me and doing that. Sorry for that second one was really, really loud. It scared me. So sorry if it startled you guys too. I'm like, whoa. Hey, but that gets energy flowing. We'll just put her back here on her shelf so she can watch over us. So hello everybody. Yeah, it was powerful, right? Zap, 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 zap. So welcome all my Zen friends. So happy to have you here. Hope you're having a great week and it has flown by as per usual. I can't believe we're already 4 days into December. It feels like it was just January 1st. But here we go. Here we go. Buckle up, buttercups, right? So, welcome. So happy to have you all here. We have plenty of cards today. We'll dive into things. If you're new to my channel or new to these readings, welcome. We do have a great group of Zen friends with huge hearts and great senses of humor. As I always say, two things we can definitely use in this wonderful, wonderful adventure of humanity: humor and love. So there's always room for more Zen friends. So welcome. We try to keep this a place of love and peace and laughter. So thank you for being here. You're welcome. If you want to know how the process works, it's all down in the description box of the video. Donations do get first priority. We step out of the free readings. Free readings are 1 to 2 cards generally. If you make a donation, we dive deeper. We get into the tea. I don't know if you guys noticed, I changed my logo to Bretta Zen Tea Factory. So I'm going to go with the tea factory theme going forward here because we get into the tea of spirit and find out the things that are going the capital T, right? The capital T truth T. But I forgot what I was going to say. I got so excited about that. But we do dive deep into the tea. That's what we were talking about. So we get into, pulling more cards. And if you make a donation, you do get a fortune cookie, which is an oracle card of some sort as well. So if you want to make a donation, you can use the super chat on the bottom or in the description box of the video. I do have my Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, and Square. I don't have any set dollar amounts because I know everyone's finances and cost of living and rate of exchange across the world is so different. A penny to one person's a million to someone else, right? So whatever you give from your heart, I know you're giving what you can, and I do honor that. So I step out and dive deeper into theirs as well. Um, what else? What else? Oh, usually my sessions are at usually around 3 hours. If 2.5 hours in, I've not got to free readings yet because of donations. I do step away from donations temporarily to do about 30 minutes of free reading. So we always get to free readings. Then I go back and I always finish all donations same session or same day. If I have that many where I need to go take a break and come back, I will. And I try to get through as many free readings as I can. Sometimes I'll even, after I finish all donations, I'll even kind of finish them out if there's only a handful or so left. I try to make sure we try to get to as many free readings as we can. After each session, I do post a pinned comment listing all the readings with timestamps. So if you find that pinned comment on the video, then you can click on the timestamp. It'll take you right to your reading as well. And that's done after the session has ended, usually within 90 seconds. I know. I'm giving myself a time frame. Um, what else? What else? I'm kind of in a this full moon in Gemini. I think Deb, you said something. I haven't seen the full moon. I saw it last night. It was like huge, and it's a super full moon tonight. So it's so bright and beautiful, making of the trees large shadows across the yard. Wow. Yeah. I wonder. And it snowed here yesterday, like all day. So you know how you have all the snow and then the moonlight shines on it, makes it like it's almost like daytime or like dawn or dusk. So I love that. Um, yeah, what I was saying, the full moon energy, it's got me just going back and forth and back and forth. That Gemini energy of the full moon, It's a great day to question old beliefs and see things from a higher perspective with the twins tugging at our minds and our belief systems as well. So fun, fun. um, the other thing, yeah, so congratulations, Deb in the house. I did put out the full moon drawing today. I do have a drawing every full and new moon. I've been doing it probably the last quarter of this year, and Deb won today. So congratulations. We do have the new moon drawing coming up for December 19th. So here is this. It'll be in the description box of the video too, if you want to get into the drawing where you can win a 30-minute personal recorded reading or a hedge of peace and love. So you can do that. And it's funny, Deb, you had said, "Oh, I think I won twice," and I go, "No, you had only won once during the Halloween weekend, but you knew, you must have sensed you were winning again, and on this beautiful full moon." So, boom, boom. So I love that. Also, all of my uh, personal readings and hedges are on sale, on special, all the way through the end of the year, even through January 1st of 2026. We'll see what we're going to do then. We're going to be meditating over the next few weeks to decide what I want to do for 2026, what spirit bringing me, what ideas, who knows. Also, if you haven't checked out the Easier Path podcast, we have a free podcast every 2 weeks, where we provide just guidance from spirit on how to make these things we experience in this life an easier path instead of a harder one. So if you're interested, all that's free. All that's down in the description box there as well. Sorry, my mouse is going wild over here on my other computer. There we go. Let's move that out of the way. I think that's it. Those are some of the big three things I was talking about. We did have a lot of giveaways over Thanksgiving weekend. And if I happen to see anyone here that has not responded yet to the winnings, I'll let you guys know. I've had a few, I think I've completed 4 out of the 10 that won already. So I like it. All right. Well, let's do some shout outs, and I'm going to gather the um, little list here as we go, and then we will get started on reading. So, of course, we said hello to Deb. Woo woo. Yeah, you're amazing, amazing energy. I'm so happy for you. I was like blown away. I'm like, I'm not surprised, but it's a pleasant, it, you know, surprise. It is a surprise, right? It's always good news or surprising news when we get things weren't as they had said that they were going to be, and you're like, woo woo, and being at peace with it. And then we've got JoJo into house. You had a crazy full moon today. Oh, yeah. Completely unplanned stuff. Reading on that person you met at today at the event. Yeah. So you'll be up first in the donation. So thank you. Let me check my emails. Okay. Yeah. So absolutely. That'll be your question. In fact, let me just grab that here while I have it so I don't go searching for it. I'll just put it up here under your name. There we go. Okay. And then we said Deb and Olivia. You'll be up second for the donations. Hello, you love it. Yeah, you all the tea in China. There we go. The tea factory. Perfect place to be. Yeah, nice reminder that what we focus on is so real, and our mindsets and our stories. It's amazing. All right. And then we have Steve. Thank you for being here. Hello, hello. I'll add you onto the free list here. And we have Anama Ravati, and you said reading X. I think that's a general reading. Very good. Okay, now of course we've got Olivia, we've got yours there, we've got Hot Sun. Hello, hello. And we've got Kat Mia. Hello, see yours too, and Touch of Love. Welcome, welcome. I got you on the list as well. All right, so that's where we're at right now. Grab all these, and as I'd mentioned at the beginning, the internet is so beautiful, and it's been running amazing. Like even higher speeds than normal. So whatever happened, of course, happens for a reason, and it just really got everything running well. So we're grateful for that. All right. So I am going to continue with the Yuletide tarot, at least today. I'm in that still in that Christmassy mood of the reds, and that's actually very, very jade green. Even though on here it looks like it's like an aqua blue, but that's a green. So coming in nice and clear. Thank you, Deb Deb. All right. So we'll start with that, and then for the fortune cookies, for those with donations, we're going to be using this deck called Your Breakthrough is Coming. And it's a beautiful deck. I like it. There's quite a few little tidbits it gives. So we'll look at those too. All right. And I did get my little coffee warmer from Black Friday. So my coffee is going to be nice and hot. Look, I don't know if you can see, I don't want to spill it, but there's steam rising from it still. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Yes, yes, yes. So I'll use it as a heater during the winter. All right. So let us dive in and get the party started. Thank you guys again so much for being here and all the thumbs up. It does help spread the Zen love. So thank you, thank you, thank you. And here is your timestamp, Jojo, for starting off. And so thank you so much for your donation. Oh, yep, it does let me give it a love and a like. So I will. Your question was down below. So, unexpected, interesting things today, eh? I'm not surprised about that. So let's dive in here. See what we got. One more time, they say, so we will. And I even got some spill the tea cards. If we need anything about relationships, these are the back of the cards. I just thought fitting to bring those back into the mix with the tea factory. All right. So the person you met today at the event. So what does Spirit want you to know around them regarding you? And connections, whatever we can have. Do you want those three too? Not those, but this one here. Okay. We'll see what we have here. Bottom of the deck, we do have the Hanged Man here. So there is a bit of a pausing energy that's coming in with this. Hanged Man energy, it actually is Pisces energy connected to Neptune. So it is about kind of stepping back and seeing things from a higher perspective. It has a very big transformational energy within it too. Uh, so I feel like what I'm getting is it's like part of a transformation. It's just a part of the little sauce that comes in that helps um, remove some things, some beliefs off of your body. And that's interesting that they put it that way because sometimes they'll show like people handing us throughout our lives strips of that paper mache. You know how you used to put it around a balloon and make things or whatever, make a piñata. That's what we've become. We become human piñatas because we have all these beliefs that we just keep on putting on ourselves. And eventually they dry and they feel so stiff. And while they're wet, we can still move around. But as it starts to dry, we feel less flexible. We feel more restricted and bound. And then we start tearing things off. And what they're showing me is that it's like the purpose of today with them, bumping into them, meeting them, was to help remove something. And I feel like it's a memory of some sort that's being removed, something that meant something before. And it's almost like a saved as moment. What I mean by that is like if like I was in a location once that was a place of fear for me, but then someone that really cared about me took me there, and that experience was saved over top of the other, where this is what I remember, not the other thing. So hopefully that makes sense. We'll see what else is here. That's just on the bottom of the deck. You do have the star card. So here is that being a bright light in a dark night, hope energy. And I feel like there is. It's like a piece of tinsel on a tree. Yeah, we could do without the tinsel on the tree, but it's like it adds sparkle. So I feel like this is what added some sparkle to the Christmas tree, to the tree of who we are. It's a little added a little bit of tinsel, a little bit of hope, a little bit of taking something away and adding something beautiful to it. Taking off a dead carcass of a squirrel on the Christmas tree and replacing it with tinsel. I don't know why that they say that. And then you have the child energy, the Fool card coming in here. It's interesting. Uh, the Star card is Aquarius energy. The Fool card, the Child card, is ruled by Uranus, focus with an emphasis on Aquarius. So both of this kind of Aquarian energy, the new and wild and different and zany and allowing us to be less restrictive, which that's the a child looking at things as possibilities, right? Yeah, yeah, some tinsel to add just a little brightness to your adventure, um, is kind of what they're focusing on. Well, we have 5 more cards, so we'll see if there's anything to do with what are they supposed to mean or be, anything beyond. Right now, it feels like just something for the day, something that was to bring you hope, something to just save over something, but it felt like it was just replacing a memory, not a, you know, it didn't feel more than that yet here. So let's see, you got 2 cards and then 3 cards and 1 card, which out of order kind of energy, right? Yeah, and then wow, you've got 4 major arcana so far. You got the Empress energy coming in here, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, nurturing yourself, Venus energy, really the senses and the kind of the sensory experience like Taurus. But it's of the heart kind of energy, right? And it's like, I mean, okay. And then the 5 of gifts, yeah. So here is this going from a feeling of being abandoned, left out in the cold behind, not feeling enough, not being enough, to feeling like a harvest with the Empress. There's that saving over it. We can be in this place of feeling abandoned, like our inner child feeling abandoned. But then when we bring it up and we show them we're not abandoned, I have you. Look at, there is love in the air, there's love in the world. It's that Venus mother energy that's coming in here, very nurturing energy. So it's going from feeling lack to feeling nurtured to feeling abandoned. Well, maybe feeling abandoned to feeling nurtured, going from lack to feeling abundant is what they want to say. So I like that. And it's like, huh, interesting. Maybe on a day where you're feeling low, suddenly a high comes in. The dark, the night starts getting dark, but then the bright little twinkling star, a tinsel twinkling star in the sky. And you're like, wow, that's kind of made my day kind of energy. The 3 cards that came out, you got the King of Candles, the King of Wands, along with the Knight of Canes, the Knight of Wands. Oh, sorry, King of Candles. The Knight of Canes is the Knight of Swords. Movement of communication, movement of thought and belief. That kind of is what I would say is the save as. It's a old thought and belief and a memory and saving something over it. Very Gemini energy. The scales, the twins, the looking at old belief replaced by a higher belief kind of energy, and the 5 of Canes. Yeah. So the conflict between the head and the heart. Here's a Dahmer says hello. I'm gonna remember that reading forever. But yeah, it changed your thoughts about serial killers, right? but it's this there's like this uh ignition of choice that comes in with all of this. And by that I mean because the King of Wands is like the Emperor. I'm choosing what I want, letting go of what everyone else said I should be, and I'm allowing myself to just be myself, take this conflict of my heart wanting to go blah 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 and the mind going no 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 and going, you know what? I'm going to be able to just speak my truth and speak forward. So I like that. Um Again, it feels like more of an empowerment, temporary moment, not like a long-term kind of something is gonna, happen. You've got the 6 of candles, the 6 of wands. There's a victory, an equal connection of attraction energy. So you did feel like this energetic pull in a way towards one another, but um, it does feel here like Santa Santa only visits once a year on Christmas Eve, right? So the story goes. So it feels like the bond and the fire and the spark were there, but it was more of to give you like a spark of hope, if that makes sense. So let's see what your fortune cookie brings in too. But I feel like that kind of gives us the energy of what it was and that they were there just to help take off a piece of the paper mache that had dried that was stuck. Just someone that gave you an extra energetic hand to transform something, even subconsciously or lower. But let's see here. You have your breakthrough is coming. So let's give these a shuffle and see what your fortune cookie is. All right. Yours is you got the main card. Your breakthrough is coming. I mean, it's the one from the front of the book. So let's see here. These are at different places here. Let me just find it here. I think that's a separate one. Yeah, it is. Page 117. So the core message is don't stop 5 minutes before the miracle. Sorry, I thought it was spinning, but it was the candle moving over there. I'm very cognizant of my computer now. But I love that. Don't stop 5 minutes before the miracle. The key themes are endurance, divine timing, faith, resilience, imminent shift, and inner strength, which the inner strength card is Leo, the strength card in the major arcana. Your message is just because it hasn't happened yet doesn't mean it's not happening. The shift you're hoping for, here's that hope, the clarity, the opportunity, the next level is closer than you think. This card is a powerful reminder to hold the line, stay course. The breakthrough is on its way. It's easy to keep going when momentum is obvious, but this moment, this stretch where everything feels slow, unclear, or even hopeless, this is where transformation takes root. That was the transformation of the Hanged Man. Don't quit now. You're standing at the edge of your next becoming. Keep showing up, keep believing, keep breathing life into your vision. Right. Wow, I love it. I love it. Congratulations. Boom, boom, boom. The guidance says if you're feeling tired, discouraged, or like your efforts aren't making a difference, this card arrives to remind you energy compounds, momentum builds, and some of the most incredible breakthroughs happen right after we think we've reached our limit. Trust that what you've planted is growing underground. Just because you can't see it doesn't mean it's not real. Your resilience is calling in something greater than you can imagine. Some journaling prompts. Where have I been feeling close to giving up? And what would it mean to hold on just a little longer? What past moment felt like the end, but turned out to be a turning point? How can I support myself while I wait for my breakthrough to arrive? I love that. A grounding practice, which is called 5 more minutes. And that's funny that you had the five of swords. When you feel like giving up, pause and set a timer for 5 minutes. During that time, breathe deeply and repeat, I trust what's coming. I am closer than I think. And just keep repeating that. I trust what's coming. It's closer. I am closer than I think. Let yourself feel the power of holding steady. When the timer ends, take one small action forward. You're breathing. Your affirmation, my breakthrough is already on its way. I'm strong enough to stay the course. And then last action step says choose one area of your life where you've been losing faith. Do one thing, big or small, that signals I'm still in. Let your action be a declaration to yourself and the universe. I don't stop before the miracle. I rise to meet it. Wow. See, these are powerful cards. So I love that. Your breakthrough is coming. And here's that key that's from that deck. So here's the key reminder again. So I love that. Chick chicka boom boom. So that is what they have for you, Jojo. I love that for you. Thank you again for your donation. And let me just see. I know we had some more individuals come in. Let me do a couple shout outs and we will move forward there. We got Maria P. Hey, Maria. Grab your free reading, add you to the list here. And what number are you on the list, Anama? On the free readings, you're number 4. Donations always come first, though. And then we've got Gojo Santoru. If I'm not murdering that too much, I apologize. Get you on the free list here. Thank you. Hello, hello. Good to have you here. And I think that's it. I think that was all the new people that had come in. Yep. All right. So there we go. So let's take a quick sip of coffee. Cheers, everybody. It's nice and hot still. Ooh, ooh, it's actually something's like forming on the top here. It's got like some caramel stuff in it, but it formed a little thing on the top. So now I probably have like on my teeth. Good thing I'm far away. You guys can't see it. No, quite the opposite. It's nice and toasty hot still. It has 3 settings too. All right. So, cheers, everybody. Unexpected growth happening on the top of your coffee. I had some instant coffee in there. I think that's what it was. The little stuff that floats to the top. All right. So Olivia, let's continue on. Let's get away from my little adventure there. Here is your timestamp. And thank you for your donation. Yeah. Good evening to you. Always a fun night when hanging out with you. Well, welcome. You make it all fun as well. Thank you for being here and spilling all the tea in China. Yes, the bread is in tea factory. I kind of like that. I was going to do that, or maybe I'll bounce back and forth. I like Third Eye, Private Eye too, but I feel like we're in a warm tea mood, so we're doing that. You want to know why? Why, oh, why did KP cancel this past Monday and tomorrow are they traveling? All right. Let's take a look here and see what's going on here. We'll dip into the tea in China, find out what's happening. I know, right? All right. Let's see what we got here. So, why did KP cancel? Are they different reasons for both? For tonight, for tomorrow? We'll find out here. And what's going on below the surface there? All right. And then are they traveling? Hmm. Right. Thank you for that. All right. What did they got going on? Wow. I put that back in the middle of the deck, but we do have the Hanged Man coming up for you as well as your underlying energy of your reading. There must be transformative energy in the air. Well, it is a full moon. So that is transformational, right? So we'll find out here. And we'll do some spill in the tea cards here too, just to see what else is going on with them here. All right, I do want that one. This one too. Okay, that one's about travel. This one's about this. All right. So, yeah, this transformational energy does feel like things are up in the air, hanging from a tree upside down, seeing things differently. I feel like this is their energy, that they're in this kind of in a different situation than I've ever been in before. I never hung upside down from a tree before. It's like kind of like they're in this fish out of water energy. So we'll see what this is about here. So why did they cancel tonight? They got the nine of good cheer, nine of cups. The nine energy that's coming through here is the Herman energy of the major arcana. And it's this I feel the need to be alone because it's not dream come true energy. It's not wishes. It doesn't feel like expansive. The energy that I'm feeling feels like introverted. Like I need to be alone. I need to reflect, kind of like, I'm hanging upside down, right? Oh, this past Monday. Yeah. So they canceled like Monday. Um, yeah. Yeah. I don't know why I think it's like Monday. If it is my Monday. Technically, it's my first good time going live, but thank you. But it doesn't change the energy, of it because it was like they wanted to be alone. Um, so on Monday, it was like I just felt this need. I needed alone time. I needed to. I don't know if they're introverted. I know because they're showing me when I'm around a lot of people. A lot of the time, I I I get my energy from being alone with spirit, not out doing a lot, So if I'm over over socializing, I need my alone time and I will, at some point have to start kind of canceling stuff too. But I feel like that is what they're doing there with that on Monday. For tomorrow, let's see why they canceled tomorrow. All right. Wow. Well, we got the lovers card. And we do have the 6 of cups. The 6 of good cheer they here. This is something from the past has come back here. It's either an emotional relationship or emotions from the past. Something has bubbled up. With this together, I mean, it would tell me that someone from their past has showed up um, and they needed to make it a priority to see them. Yeah, or emotions have come up from the past and they need time alone. So it's going to be one of those. Let's see here. We'll get the little T underneath here. But that energy is that, kind there. Let's see what this with the T card is, which is double crossed. You may face betrayal or being double crossed. So it does feel here maybe so this is more emotions of someone that's come back that um that they did feel. betrayed by, um, and so something has returned. Let's see what it says here. What are the T underneath the surface? We'll see what this is. We got the 7 of candles, 7 of wands, which is an energy of not shrinking, not dimming light. I'm going to decide for me. Um, I'm not going to defend my decisions. I'm just going to do what I need to do kind of energy coming in here. We do have the 2 of canes, the 2 of swords. That can be a conflict. Again, the power of choice. And that's actually kind of like right below the lover's card. The power of emotional choice, the power of story, the power of mental choice. And what else is with us here? Yeah, and the Empress. Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. A lot of emotional energy because the Empress does rule over all the queens, and all the queens, all 4 queens of the minor arcana, each one gets cups, right? Emotional energy. And then the Queen of Cups, she has an extra cup. So she basically, the queens are giving five parts emotion to the Empress, 1 part earth, 1 part air, 1 part fire. So a lot of emotional energy, it feels like, is coming in here, and things bubbling up. Let's see, what is this here? Yeah, the Tower. Sudden lightning bolt coming in, someone being removed or coming into their life out of the blue that's caused this to happen here. It does feel a little bit, I don't feel like this doesn't feel like someone's come back into my life suddenly and wow kind of energy. It feels more like someone has reignited my path, my emotional path, my emotional waters. It brought a hurricane into my emotions. So either someone did what they've done before that made me feel betrayed, and it sparked an echo of a lot of stuff from the past. It brought up a lot of emotional, like, volcano. Um, and so this does feel, especially with this Pisces energy of the hanged man, that is very emotional energy, very deep, Neptune diving deep into the emotional area. So I feel like they're the very reflective energy. So something has come up, but it does feel as if it is like it could be. I'm seeing 2 situations. One is like an ex coming across your path, someone mentioning it, or something that happened, or I dreamt about it and it just brought it all back as if it just happened yesterday. The other thing they're showing me is like I'm with someone and they do something that they did before that that reminds me of those ripples. So there's like this almost in stereo. And I don't know if it's a romantic partner or friend or family member or something, but it's in stereo. The emotions are in stereo, if that makes sense. So they needed this sense of stepping back away from it because I feel like it blindsided them and came out of nowhere. Are they traveling? Are they? Are they? We've got the list here with the judgment card, which is being drawn and seeing things from a higher perspective. I love that they call this the list, the naughty and nice list. It's like my favorite judgment card. But the judgment card is Scorpio energy too. The digging in of secrets, the revealing of what I really want. Let's see here. What's this here too? Yeah, they got attachment issues. I do feel like they are traveling because these people are walking along this road here. Issues of attachment, either excessive or fearful, may arise. Attachment issues. But I do feel like they are traveling. But it's funny, even though they're traveling, this is whoever this was is on their back. The memory of the the situation is on their back and it's with them, and they're determining the naughty and nice list. which means they're trying to see it like um, hanged man is about both of these are in a way of an energy of trying to see things from a higher perspective, trying to gain clarity as well. So interesting. Hmm. Let's see what the fortune cookie brings in here too. That can bring us some clarity. These are quite in-depth ones. Yeah, absolutely. I know, right? Dun, dun, dun. What is happening? What is this betrayal? Let's see what your fortune cookie is here. Complete this one out. I think I did have another donation that came through in between. So I'll have to ruminate for a moment. So take your time in writing your question. I do have another donation that came through the PayPal, so I'll be looking at that here in a sec. Yeah, yeah. And I say there was like an emotional hurricane, emotional storm. Be the storm. They're riding the waves through that tunnel of emotional energy. You can't make it up, right? Let's see here. Oh, there it is. Page 96. Yeah. Stop fearing failure, become unstoppable is the energy. And the key themes are power, fearlessness, inner force, momentum, transformation. That's another thing of the hanged man. And owning your impact. So this, of course, is the message towards their energy, right? Or to any of us if it resonates, of course. But this is like an answer to their energy, what's going on with them. It says you're not here to tiptoe through life afraid of breaking things. You're here to move with purpose, to stir the air when you enter the room, to shake what needs shaking. You are the storm, not the damage, but the undeniable force of change. So this card is your call to stop playing defense against failure and start playing offense for your destiny. When you fear failure, you shrink. When you embody your power, you move mountains. That's that 7 of Wands energy of that not dimming your light, not shrinking, not feeling like you have to defend yourself, but being true. It says, let go of trying to avoid mistakes and focus instead on becoming so persistent, so grounded, so alive with purpose that nothing can hold you back. Be bold, be wild, be too much, be unapologetically unstoppable. Wow. That is that energy of, I got to do what I need to do for me, right? The guidance says, if fear has been running the show, fear of judgment, fear of falling short, fear of being too much, this card is here to interrupt that cycle. Power doesn't mean perfection. It means knowing that even when things go wrong, you still rise, you still roar, you still create impact. Being the storm means trusting that your energy is meant to move things, stir hearts, challenge norms, shift your own life, stop shrinking to be safe, and choose to be sovereign. Journaling prompts for them. Where am I holding back out of fear of failing, disrupting, or being misunderstood? What would it look like to channel my fear into fearless motion? And how have I already proven that I can rise even after the storm? In embodying practice, it's called storm stance. And it says, stand tall, feet grounded, arms wide. Close your eyes and imagine a powerful storm swirling within you, fierce, electric, unstoppable. Feel the energy move through your spine and whisper, I am the storm. Step forward with that power in your body. I love that. I'm going to use that practice sometime in the future. Their affirmation is, I do not fear failure. I move through it. I am power in motion. I am the storm. And the action step for them is do the bold thing, the messy thing, the thing that scares you and excites you all at once. Don't tiptoe around your power today. Unleash it. Let the world feel the wind of your rise. Wow. So I feel like that this is what they're dealing with, the storm, right? So they're definitely in the tunnel. No one else can see inside there. We just know they're in there, but they're riding the waves inside that wave tunnel. Like you ever see the surfing competitions in your lifetime, right? So interesting. I like that for them. All right. So that is what they have for the first one there, Olivia. And then we'll circle back around for number two here. I did have one come in over here. Let me just jump over here. Let me just make sure here. All right. All right. So Maria P, I got your donation via PayPal, so it'll be up next. Then we'll circle back for Olivia. But I did think I saw someone else had come in here. Let me just scroll down here. There it is. Hey, divine timing. Hello, hello. We can't see heart behind here. The hidden heart. All right. And then we have Aunt Rose. Hello, Aunt Rose. Grab your free reading. We'll add you onto the list here too. All right. All right. So, Maria P, thank you for your donation. Here is your timestamp. And we'll take a look over here. See what we got going on. Let's take another sip, though. This nice, hot, steaming coffee. Oh my gosh, it's so steaming. I know it's the small things, because I'm down in the basement and it's cooler down here, but coffee and tea and stuff just cools off so fast. But now it's all nice and yummy. It's like Christmas. All right. So Maria. Wally's thoughts and feelings for you today. Let's take a look here. Wally's thoughts. What's going on with the Wallster and feelings? All right. And then next week, what's coming towards us? All right. Okay, thank you. And then dark side update. Thank you. His thoughts after your date yesterday. He said, "You're special. Please know you are special to me. I love you and I care a lot about you." And kissing. Oh, I love that. So that was just kind of adding on after the date. So we'll get some additional information on the date there since he was so forthcoming with emotions. My goodness. We actually normally don't look at the bottom of the deck for because of the multiple questions, but you do have the 10 of Pentacles underneath, which is all about relationship energy, fullness of life energy. So there's a strong bond um, within your guys' relationship energy. I love that. Wally's thoughts, we got the 5 of Candles, the 5 of Wands, which is drama energy. There's kind of conflicting energy between their head and their heart. And that's good because and why I say that is because if there's not conflict, that means the heart has given up fighting against the mind and is like, that's fine. I will let you control me, mind, with all your fears and with our own fears and supposed to be's and should be's and need to be's. It's keeps our heart trapped. There's no conflict when our heart is like sad or it's exhausted and it's given up battling our mind and it just is resting. Then the mind is like, all right, I'm in control. La 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 la. But when the heart is like, I've had enough, then there's I am tired of you trying to tell me what I can't do. I want to be expressed, right? So that's the struggle that's there, and that's why I like that because of that. Their feelings below the surface, yeah, a lot of feelings. Yep, and I like it. So there is got the 8 of Pentacles with the 8 of Gifts and the 7 of Cups, meaning a lot of emotions that are being felt and being expressed. They're feeling they're allowing themselves to feel a lot, and this 8 of Pentacles is like a caterpillar. It's progression. It's putting in the work to get the reward. So, I like this emotional kind of transformation that's happening where they're allowing themselves to express more emotion. And it's because they've been working on releasing mindsets to allow them. They've been overcoming some of those mindsets that they formed to protect themselves because of past experiences with other people. So I like that. What's coming next week for you guys? I got two cards, some two things. I got four of gifts, the four of pentacles. So there's some time at home. This feeling of being at home together, and it just feels very comforting, very reassuring, kind of energy. And we got the moon card too. So there's a very emotional time as well, where a lot of deep emotions are more and more revealed, even more so. So I love this energies. There's not wands, but there can be wands, passion and stuff here, but this feels more grounded energy, like a grounded experience together, which feels very solid. And the other one feels very like emotional, a lot of emotion that's flowing, a lot of emotion that, comes up with that too. So I like that. That's two times I'm seeing next week. Dark side updates. We got the three of candles, three of wands. So there is changing of course with that there. Again, that means taking another route. They've been trying different ways. I like it because it's like this energy of not giving up, of I'm ready to go a different way, ready to go in a different direction um as well. So I like that. Um okay, and then how does he feel? His thoughts after your date yesterday. Yeah. Seven of gifts. Seven of pentacles is, you know, it's again this last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. They're just allowing things to unfold. And this is the next thing that happened, right? It feels like there's, time lapse photography when they show like here's the seed in the ground and then the little seedling goes out. So it shows the seed and then suddenly the seedling is about to break the surface. It breaks the surface, then it gets bigger. It's like at certain points throughout watching that the time lapse, you're like, oh, these are significant moments, right? Well, this feels like they felt like this was one of those significant moments where you're like, this isn't a seedling anymore. This has broken ground. This is forming into something. Here are the branches that are forming. Here's the first blossom, and then here's the first fruit. There's like all these different times. Oh, here's the first bud. Here's the first branch. Here's that first breaking through. This is how I feel like they feel like this was an important moment right now. Um, a significant, noticeable moment for them. What else? 10 of candles, 10 of wands, the changing of what feels like a burden that feels like a harvest, especially with the 10 of pentacles on the bottom of the deck. And then the 8 of good cheer, the 8 of cups. Yep, there is this. I feel like and again, this conflict comes in because now they're wanting extra 10 of wands energy, putting behind leaving that other relationship, if you call it that. But it is the walking away energy that below the surface, they're like, this is, I feel like where like a lot of the conflict has come in because they realize, that they are ready, that they want to do that, but it's not, I don't feel like maybe pressure from you, but I feel like that's ignited the desire within them to take action sooner and sooner and sooner, faster um, than they thought that it would take or that they think it will take. They're really, and I feel like that's where that three of wands comes in, where they really want to go a different direction. They're like, those other ones take too long. We need to find a faster route. So I like that. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in too around the relationship between the two of you. All right, this one here. And you've got bold moves only. Yeah, look, stepping forward. Dun, dun, dun. Putting on the combat boots. Let's see what this brings in here. Card number 36. All right. I mean, page number 36. All right. So the core message is your future is shaped by bravery, not fear. The key themes are courageous action, confidence, taking risks, empowered choices, fearless self expression, and vision driven living. So, all of this is about focusing on higher vibration, not lower, right? We don't do things out of fear. We're doing things out of joy and confidence and courage and higher vibration, right? The message to you says you weren't made for playing small. You were made for leaps, declarations, and moves that make your heart race. The life you want won't be built by hesitation. It's built by boldness. And boldness doesn't mean the absence of fear. It means choosing vision over fear anyway. This card is your inner fire, fire sign you, roaring to life. Is that the Leo in you? It's asking, what would your next chapter look like if you let bravery take the lead? No more shrinking to fit, waiting for guarantees, or doubting your instinct. It's time to act like the future you want is already watching and waiting. Be the kind of bold that shifts timelines. Wow. Your guidance says you may be at a crossroads or holding back on something that truly matters to you. This card is here to break the loop. Big vision requires big moves, not reckless ones, but intentional, heart-led action that stretches you into who you're meant to be. Sometimes the boldest move is the one no one else understands. Make it anyway. This is your life to live out loud. Journaling prompts are, what would I do right now if I weren't afraid of failing or being judged? Where am I being called to take a brave next step, even if it scares me? And what bold move would honor my future self? A bravery practice, which is called the future self decision, says close your eyes and imagine your boldest, most successful future self standing before you. Ask them, what did you stop being afraid of to become this version of you? And then listen for the answer. Then write down one bold move they would take and do it. Ooh. Your affirmation, I am guided by vision, not fear. I make bold moves that align with my highest self. And an action step says, choose boldness today. Make the ask, share the idea, start the thing. Your next level doesn't need perfect timing. It needs decisive, brave action from the version of you who's done waiting. Whoa. All right. Well, so you take that as you will, but bold moves only, stepping forward. So I like that. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your donation. Many blessings to you. All right. Olivia, thank you for your patience in getting back for your follow up question here. Here are both your timestamps together. And thank you for your additional donation. Anyone to know, is the feeling of betrayal because of MF and what happened between KP and MG over Thanksgiving break? All right. Let's take a look here. Let's take a sip. Cheers for some more tea. Look at that steam. I love it. All right. So, is this feeling of betrayal? Oh, the MF? That's all right. Their other personality. They have MF and MG inside. All right, let's take a look here. So, is this feeling of betrayal because of that? And if not, they'll tell us more. And if so, they'll give us more understanding of it too. Okay. Hmm. Because the bottom of the deck, the Three of Pentacles energy. Three of Pentacles. You need some coffee too. It's not helping me any. But I do feel here with this Three of Good Cheer, this is like friends group, gathering of three people, or a third person kind of energy here. And it does feel that it did come from friends. Let's see here. Is that them here? The Page of Canes, Page of Swords coming in here. There is clarity that came in. Let me see what else we've got here. Because we've got the Nine of Swords, which here's that nightmare when I said I think they dreamed of something too. So they definitely had a dream around something, and then they had an action in the outside world. And let me just make sure. Yeah, and here's the Hanged Man. So you can't make it up, right? Here's the underlying energy of the first reading and the nightmare that I talked about, and then the stuff of the outside world. So I would say yes with that energy of all this confirmation that has just come through here that it won't. Yeah. You can't make it up, right? It's like, oh, and the nightmare too, that I was like, I feel like there's 2 things. Like they dreamed of it and then then something happened in the outside world. Well, we have the dream and the outside world. Something happened out here, that brought them some clarity in there in communication. So something someone said brought some very harsh truth. But it did. I feel like it struck out of nowhere with that the tower, the lightning that they had. Let's see what else they have here too. Yeah, we've got the magician energy with the Knight of Cups, the Knight of Good Cheer. So there is some overarching energy here to know that the purpose of this is to have them to step into their power and on this journey, this quest for self-love, which really aligns with the fortune cookie of their last card, which was this is about having them step into their power, and it's a necessary wake-up call for them to realize some things. Um, and they're like, "Oh, wow, this is all pointing me back inward, so that I can find my power that's where," right? Let's see here. Let's see what these other cards are here. We've got Balance, which is Libra, um, Justice card energy. No, Temperance energy. Sorry. um, let's see what this other thing is here too. Nine of Candles, Nine of Wands. There is this resistance here, this pushing back, this defensiveness. You know, it feels like, what is this? Like I felt led on in like I feel like I was led to believe that someone was interested in something more than than I than than they were really willing to go, and now they're pretending it was a misunderstanding, and oh no, 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 that was you. It's like almost like I would say I don't know what the difference between gaslighting and something, but it's like when someone tries to tell you that, "No, no, no, you were misunderstanding that. I didn't mean that at all." And you're like, "But you did that and that and that and this." And they're like, "No, no, you misunderstood. I never felt that way." And I feel like it was like this reactionary, like, s what was a reactionary like the other person was reactionary. Something had hurt them, and then they just went for the jugular instead of just, talking through things or whatever. I just feel like they weren't like, "Me, me, 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 me," and said, "You don't even know what you're talking about. You don't see things clearly. You always jump to what you wanna see and blah, blah, blah," kind of energy is what I'm feeling here. Like someone saying you misinterpreted everything. You didn't even get it. You didn't get it right, if that makes sense. Um, what is this about though? Because it's like I've been very patient, and they're like, "Why?" With this 9 of Wands, because the patience energy of this of the Temperance card is like alchemy, something slowly growing over time, and um, but always being held back and being held back and pushed back and pushed back and pushed back. And it's almost as if someone was giving they were hinting around hoping someone would get the hint that they weren't interested or, something along those, kind of things. And then blaming it on the other person that they weren't a mind reader. It's like, no, I did not. No, 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 no. And because no one wants to take blame. The other person doesn't want to be blamed. And so they're really pointing a lot of fingers and saying a lot of things toward KP, right? Yes, KP. So I feel like that kind of feels like where KP is coming from. Um, that's their mindset. That's from their perception of how the conversation went that makes it feel like, you know, it's funny that, the branch I was standing on, suddenly someone shoved me off, and now here I am in this predicament. I'm hanging up upside down by a rope because someone suddenly shoved me off, and wow, they're like, I thought they were supporting me, but then they just shoved me out of the way, and here I went, kind of energy. Um, but that's their perception of it, which everyone's perception is different, right? But hopefully that makes sense. I feel like that's the general gist of the energy around the conversation. I'm really sitting in this emotions of KP. They just feel so, but it reminds them of past things too. It's just ripples from the past as well. Um, yeah, we'll do another breakthrough as coming card here and get some more clarity around this. Those other cards have like a sentence on them. So I feel like we want more here. What else? This one? Okay. Yeah. What's the key? The key to the T. Yeah. Say yes to you. And all this energy, is there's this energy of I'm being turned back to me on purpose. So I like that this is part of the breakthrough. This is what does help them get to a different side of themselves. you know, helps them step out, and it's because of that, it's because of being pushed off and hanging upside down. I have to do something. I No one's gonna come help me now. I have to make a choice. I am I'm hanging with myself, and there's no one else around, kind of energy. Yeah, your dreams deserve your full commitment. Your dreams. The key themes are self devotion, worthiness, commitment to growth, choosing yourself, soul desires, and inner alignment. Yeah. And these are some of the same words the other one was. You've spent enough time shrinking, hesitating, waiting for the right moment or someone else's approval. This card is your wake up call. Yep, exactly right. Your dreams, your desires, your becoming. They're worth a full bodied yes, not a maybe, not a half effort, a yes that echoes from your bones. When you say yes to you, you shift timelines, you claim your space, you send a message to the universe that says, I believe I'm worthy. That's that King of Cups journey of the self love. And from that place, doors open, energy aligns, magic unfolds. Stop treating your calling like a side. Hold on. The pages are sticking together. Yeah. Stop treating your calling like a side hobby. Stop pushing your needs to the bottom of the list. You are not selfish for choosing you. You are sacred. The guidance for them is this card arrives when you've been hesitating to fully commit to your vision, your healing, your next level. Maybe fear, guilt, or imposter syndrome has made you dim your light, but you're being asked to remember you are the foundation of everything you're building. It's time to show up for yourself the way you do for others. Time to stop asking if you're too much and start asking what would be possible if you truly backed yourself. This is your permission to go all in. Their journaling prompts, things that they're probably reflecting on. Where in my life am I only giving half of my energy or belief to what I truly want? What would change if I fully said yes to myself? For real, for once. What boundaries or shifts do I need to make to honor my dreams? There's an empowered practice called the yes ceremony. It says light a candle, write a simple promise to yourself that starts with, I say yes to blink, dot, dot, dot. Could be your dream, your healing, your boldness. And read it out loud, slowly and intentionally. Seal it with your signature and place it somewhere visible. Let it become your inner vow. Wow, that's powerful. An affirmation, I say yes to my desires, my dreams, and my divine right to thrive. And an action step says, choose one area of your life where you've been holding back. Commit to one decisive action today that honors your dream, whether it's investing in yourself, blocking off creative time, or saying no to what no longer fits. Your yes is your superpower. Use it. But also say no means no to what you want to say no to. How to use my no button. It's still over here. There it is. So I like that. So hopefully that helps us. Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you. Insight, accuracy. Christmas is what's also being discussed. Going to make a follow-up reading. Oh. The biggest stuff a coming, huh? All right. We will dive into that there. Thank you, Jojo, for your additional donation. We'll go to you next here. Just make sure I didn't miss anything here. Oh, Cat Goddess. Hello. Oh, Olivier Magada. You came in as well. Hello, Olivier. Good to see you. I am doing well. We've got great internet tonight. So What a wonderful blessing it was last weekend to learn new appreciation. My reactions was, "You're so sweet. Stop, stop." And Cat Goddess, I grabbed yours here too. Add you to the free list under Olivier. All right. Whoops. Oh, it's because I grabbed all of that. I was like, why does that come out there? The mouse went wild there. I know. So grateful for the internet and for fast moving. It's amazing because I have one on wireless and one hooked up via a cable. And the one on the cable is like almost like 700, 800 download and like almost 100 upload. Before it was like 10 and it was like something really low that so we understood why what it was happening, but it was something they fixed. So thank God. Thank goodness. We are grateful. All right, let me just make sure here. Okay, that's just statements. All right. So another sip of hot coffee. I'm taking not as big of sips of this because it's steaming hot. So it's I'm enjoying it instead of just chugging it. All right, let's get back into it. All right. You know, it's I had a little left of some coffee with some of my zero sugar. Oh no, it is spiced. Because it I have some of this energy drink that's, pumpkin spice that my host, she ordered some and she's like, "Do you want these? Because I don't like this taste." So I use it as creamer. So I put a little protein shake in it, and so it was pumpkin spice. And then it's just some instant coffee that I poured in there. So it's yummy. All right. So you get talk about coffee. All right. So Yana, thank you so much for your additional donation. Let's grab that here. Put this in here. Yeah, yum. And it has protein for me too. So win-win. So your question here is what did the people think of you there, especially the boss? Dun dun dun. Oh, let's give your donation a love and a like there since it lets me do that on those. All right. So overall, what was the general consensus? Because of course everyone has different perceptions and different ways of looking at you. So we've got majority were that, and then especially the boss is the one that's standing out here. Okay. Okay, and then we have the bottom card, of course, which is the Ace of Gifts, the Ace of Pentacles. Very welcoming, looking at that door. If you were walking up to that door, you'd be like, wow, a gift, a present, and very well adorned, very Christmassy, very cheerful. Is the kind of the underlying energy for the reading there. So it's a positive thing, the Ace of Pentacles, with that. The general consensus of what people thought of you, where you were the Grim Reaper coming to steal their jobs. No, just kidding. The death and rebirth energy here. That's interesting. Here comes death. Um, but it does feel um it's almost because there's a lot of course, Pluto, death and rebirth energy. It's almost like the phoenix meeting the phoenix rising kind of energy that's coming in here. The fire of it. This, I almost feel like they kind of felt you were otherworldly in a way. Not like you're the angel of death, but that I don't know. It's like they're thinking of you is like you've been through a lot, but not like, wow, you look like you looked rough. or anything like that. They were just like the way you carried yourself was you've been through a lot. Like you're strong kind of energy that you're not afraid. You've had rebirths, kind of energy. So I like that. But it almost felt otherworldly. Like they're just like you're very different than anyone that they've met before. Yeah, the list. Yeah. You're there gathering the naughty list. You're Santa's undercover elf. No, but here's another 2 major arcana. You got a lot of major arcana in your readings today. But this is the judgment card, a calling to seeing things more clearly, seeing things from different perspectives, kind of energy coming in there. Wow, and the Wheel of Fortune too. So you got 3 major arcana of your first 3 cards of what they thought. Fated meetings, endings and beginnings, energy all over here. And even with the Ace of Pentacles, it's like you're a mysterious door that opens up to something different. And that they were just like, again, I haven't met like anyone like them before, and almost feel like they can't put their words to it because it feels like you ignited stuff and you approach things differently than they do, and they were just like, "Huh, wow, you're just unique." Not like, "Whoa, you're weird," but they were like, "It's actually sincere." Um, what do people used to say something to me when they would talk to me and get to know me. They're like, "You're more than I thought you were." And I'd be like, "What does that mean?" You know, but they were like, "No, intrigued." They're like, "You're very intriguing." Like, I'm just like, I'm just it would throw people off because, I'm like, sometimes people thought I was so simple because I'm always joking and laughing um, but when and some people thought I was like I used to be really in good shape, and they used to think I was like a jock, I think, and they're like, they didn't think I had anything up in my head. When they have go in these deep conversations that they'd be like, "Whoa, what just happened?" But I feel like that's the kind of thing that it just there's this intriguingness that comes in where you're just like, "Wow, huh, that's different." Something more, right? It's the split personality. It's like, it's too fun, too fun. But let's see. And then you said, especially the boss. Let's see what the boss thought here. Yeah, again, a lightning bolt out of nowhere. Another major arcana. What is going on here? But I feel like you made an impression because they were like, "Whoa, where did you come from?" Like a lightning bolt with thunder. It's like with the thunder that comes after it. It's like, whoa. Um, but there is that people are moved out of our life for a reason, but one of the meanings that's not really super focused on with the tower is that people are also brought into our lives on purpose as well. So that's interesting. And then the emperor underneath that, here's the boss who is still trying to decide what they think about you. Again, you feel like you just left people with this, I don't know what to think. 'Cause it's like you don't fit in any of their boxes, and they're like, "I don't know where to put you because you don't fit in one particular place. You're just, like, multi-talented, multi personalized." Hey, I'm an Aquarius, we're the multiple personality of the zodiac, so I look at it there, but it's interesting. Let's see what else they have here. Yeah, the 2 of gifts, the 2 of pentacles. They do see you as balanced, not someone that's like, "Whoa," all over the place, but they're like they do see you like, 2 different sides of you exist, at the same time. There's not like one that you're hiding. I feel like you're just chook, 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 and it's again, it's like that juggling of things really stood out to them. And then also the 6 of canes, the 6 of wands. Yeah, there's something to do here with this. Your energy, which makes sense with your Leo energy, people are just naturally drawn to you anyway, and I feel like that's what this is coming in here is this. There was this natural draw, and they were just like, "I don't know, I just what is this? I just feel drawn to you." And I feel like that's a lot of them felt that way, which is your energy as it's moving up, to a whole new level. And being a full moon, everything's being amplified here. And the duality of Gemini is very much expressed here. So everyone is going back and forth between two sides of their brain. And so they're seeing things different too, which is interesting. They were howling. What? Like at the moon? Oh, at the moon. Yes. Okay, I get it. I was like, they were actually howling at you? Woo, woo, woo. All right, let's take a look here. Let's see what else they want here for you for your fortune cookie around that today, metaphorically. Yeah. um, so this was from your other reading. Isn't that hilarious? Here's your Leo energy. You're allowed to take up space. And that other reading uh, that you had that one in there. You can't make that up. It's like, here you are. Boom. Yeah, and I remember it was toward the end. So I was like, I can't find it. And it was toward the end here. So we're going to read it again, though, because I feel like it'll mean something different after what you experienced today and putting it in light of all that. You remember. There's room for your voice, your vision, and your fire. The key themes are belonging, authentic expression, worthiness, visibility, empowerment, and self ownership. And the message, of course, is you don't have to shrink. You don't have to apologize for your presence or soften your voice or dim your light to make others more comfortable. Yeah, you don't have to. And I love it that you didn't today, right? You're like, here it is. There is room for your truth, your vision, your energy, your fire. And not only are you allowed to take up space, you're meant to. That's like death comes for us all. So does JoJo. Here she comes. It's like it's all this major arcana shows that this is life, purpose, energy, right? So this card is a reclamation, a full-bodied yes to your enoughness. You don't need permission to be loud, big, bold, emotional, creative, or fully expressed. The space you occupy is sacred. Fill it with fullness of who you are, because the world isn't made better by your silence, it's made better by your presence. Isn't that crazy? Yeah. Your guidance, if you've been holding back, second guessing yourself, or trying to make yourself smaller to fit in, this card is a reminder to return to your wholeness. Playing small won't protect you, but standing tall in your truth will empower not just you, but everyone watching you rise. You belong in every room you walk into. You don't have to fit in to belong. You belong because you exist. And then the journaling prompts were, where have I been shrinking, softening, or hiding parts of myself? And then I also feel like they would do the reversal. Like for today, where did you not shrink, not soften, and not hide part of yourself where you would have in the past? Kind of celebrate that step. What would it feel like to speak, move, and live as if I truly belonged? And you can question, did I feel like I belonged? When did I feel like I belonged? And then when did I feel like I didn't belong? And then that helps kind of clarify some things for you too. And what space do I want to claim more boldly, from my relationships to my work to my creativity? And then the empowerment practice, which is the space you claim. Stand in a wide stance, arms outstretched. Take a deep breath and say aloud, There is room for me. I take up space with purpose and pride. And then feel your body expand your energy, stretching outward. And then let your presence take up more room energetically, emotionally, and spiritually. That's how I feel like you did today. Your affirmation is I'm allowed to take up space. My presence is powerful and my voice belongs here. Your action step is do something today that takes up more space. Speak your truth, share your work, stand tall, take the lead. Let it be an act of devotion to the version of who is done hiding. The world doesn't just tolerate your light, it needs it. Yeah, it needs your light. That's exactly what we were talking about in this reading. So you can't make up the synchronicity of it and that the Leo lion energy coming forward. So I love it. That's what they have for you, Jojo. You just can't make it up. Just can't make it up. All right. Another sippy. Cheers, everybody. Oh, so good. So good, so hot. All right. So we will continue here. So we're still come back around here for Olivia. Thank you so much for your additional donation. Gonna find out about Christmas, are we? You are very welcome. Sleep tight. Dream well. Shine bright. And enjoy tomorrow. Enjoy your part in the TV series tomorrow. Boom, boom, boom. All right. So Olivia, thank you for the popcorn sticker and the extra donation. And so you wanted to know here, Christmas plans are currently up in the air. Reading on KP's Christmas plans and what will unfold between KP and MF during Christmas and beginning of January. All right. My cards are shedding. All right. So based on current energies, what will unfold between KP and MF during Christmas? Let's look at Christmas. Okay. And then New Year's, beginning of January. Well, New Year's and then beginning of January. They wanted them separate. And of course, we do what we're told. Okay, they want that one too. And well, they want both of these for the bottom of the deck. So we'll see what this is about here. Yeah, well, look at all the Christmas trees here. It's cracking me up because they suddenly showed me like the before and after pic. Here's the Christmas tree before. Here's the Christmas tree after. A nice full Christmas tree, and then whoosh. It's almost like cats that have been in a fight that are missing fur. I did snort. It's just hilarious because it's like, and the underlying energy on the bottom of the deck is the Three of Wands, which is things take a turn. uh, look, yeah, and the Christmas tree's outside. So the Christmas tree's outside. But I feel like this is the energy they fear. Is like this is what we're hoping for. This is what it would end up being. But then they're like, maybe I'll watch Christmas from a distance. Yeah, Charlie Brown Christmas tree, right? That's so funny. So we'll see what all this is about here, but I definitely feel like there's this, this is what I would like. This is what would happen if this, comes out together, and there's this, that, comes in here, but we'll see what unfolds. So the underlying energy for Christmas, we do have the Four of Gifts, which is a home energy, feeling of home. It feels like they just want to stay at home, like alone. It's almost like hermit energy. But I feel like that's that three of wands. Like these are the three options: go and it could be great, go and it's a disaster, or stay home. And I feel like what they're wanting to do is, I just kind of want to stay at home by myself, is what I feel like KP, because I'm kind of connected with KP's energy from those previous readings. I feel like that's like what they're wanting. And then maybe everyone is feeling, maybe I just want to stay home. Let's see. Let's see what comes in here. We have the 9 of wands. So here is that energy of resistance and pushing back energy. That's very present here. The King of Candles, King of Wands. Didn't these come up in this first reading? I feel like that's the big piece of it here, is deciding, is this resistance and this feelings of, I just don't want to deal with any of that. But I do feel like they're, taking all that into consideration as well. And the Knight of Candles, here's that fieriness, the what is the quest of stepping into our power, but it's also a very much a sudden energy, that comes in. And the Ace of Pentacles and the gifts. It's funny because we can see, like, here's the King of Wands, who is like, I don't know if I want to be there or not. But then they're like, but what about the gifts? Here's the little kid in the gifts. Well, I don't want to miss out on my gifts, but they're like, I'm also an adult. So it feels like their inner child is kind of pulling them in a different direction. Like their inner child's the one that goes, well, what if we go no matter what? At least we'll get the gifts that are there. But if I don't go, then I won't get the gifts. And they're like, so it feels like up in the air. It feels like with this King of Wands that I'm trying to decide what I want, especially KP. I'm deciding what I want to do, but I feel like they're leaning toward with this, sitting at home energy in the chair that is the underlying energy, and that. Whoops, don't mean to flip you off. the King of Wands. They're both kind of sitting in their chair, sitting at their own throne where they feel in control, because otherwise it feels so out of control in those other places. So I feel like that's the energy. I don't feel like a decision's been made yet. There's a lot still that is looking to unfold there. So we'll see here. What happens on New Year's itself? Balance of head and heart. Yeah, drinking. A lot of drinking. um, we got the King of Canes, the King of Swords. So very much in their head. And the Ace of Candles, the Ace of Wands, which is a new passion, a new desire, it just feels like a new, I want to say a lease on life, but it just feels like this is a new year. This is going to be new things happening. It feels like they're alone here. Feels like KP is alone on New Year's, like New Year's Day. Um, but it feels very much like they're really in charge. They're really in their head about what they want to do and what's next kind of energy that comes in there. Hmm. Let's see what the beginning of January looks like. Yeah, we have the Eight of Canes. So here's them walking away from thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that don't serve them anymore. So there's a flow of that. We got the World. There's an ending of old ways, a new beginning. So there's endings and beginnings and flow energy here. The List, here's the Judgment card. Following their calling, really being drawn into doing what they're wanting to do. And the Moon, a lot of hidden um, emotions coming to the surface, but it feels more so suppressed, pushed down dream energy. Because this full moon, this whole moon energy is, I feel like that nurturing of their dream of doing what they're wanting to do. And all those cards are coming, their past fortune cookies are coming into play here. Let me see. I'm going to use some of these tea cards. Let's see what happens here. Let's get the tea around Christmas. Christmas is 2 and New Year's Day, because I feel like, or New Year's Eve, because New Year's Day, I feel like something happened here. Yeah. So Christmas, yeah, this is their little unspoken desires and confessions, which says someone's about to confess their true feelings to you and their unspoken desires, unexpressed inner desires, often hidden needs or emotions. But I feel like this energy is like KP wants to confess their true feelings, but they're not feelings of um this is what they're afraid is that they will speak up and say things that they've been holding in. And this unspoken desires is about what I want. So there is this kind of energy here around Christmas that if they go, they're like, I'm going to tell people after I get my gifts, I'm going to tell them, this is what I'm doing with my life and what's going on. And da, 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 da. And I feel like this is why they're holding back, because they're like, that would be what would happen is I need to tell them how I feel about everything that's unfolded. And it's like, it's not a lovey-dovey kind of sharing either, but this is what I want to do with my life kind of energy. Interesting. And then New Year's, yeah, New Year's Eve. Yeah. Rumor has it coming in here. There is this yeah, I know, right? Rumors are flying in their circles, so I do feel like they're alone on New Year's Eve, because um that's the rumors among friends are, why aren't they here? Blah blah blue, do do do, yada yada yada, blah blah blah, kind of stuff coming in here. It does feel here endings and beginnings energy with the world card and all of this. It does feel like I'm going to go do something that's more in alignment with what I want. But I do feel like that happens. It very much feels like alone now, and they want to be alone. And um and I feel like they're alone on New Year's, and I feel like they're alone going into the new year. So it does feel here. Let me put these sassy cards over there. I'll do one. Let me do a timing card, and we'll see what that outcome is. Come on. Yeah, the eight of, what did they have? They didn't have the eight of cups, did they? No, it was the eight of swords, leaving behind mindsets that no longer serve them, things that made them feel blinded and trapped and restricted. So it's like they're choosing, it's like setting out on their own kind of energy. Let's see here. Just put all those back in here. There we go. All right, here it is. What's the outcome? Sorry, I swallowed my spit. Yeah, seven of wands. Didn't we get that in the first reading? This is, I need to be true to my authentic self. I stand up for myself and my beliefs. Love is defiance and courage. And it is July 1st to August 16th, but I feel like this is a reminiscence. Like this began in huge ways back between July 1st and August 16th. Maybe even like the 4th of July when there were fireworks and there was other fireworks maybe. But it feels like this is when this stand really started to build within him, like, and it makes sense because there's at times in our life where the ugly feeling of suppressing and not being ourselves, that's outweighed by our fears. We stay constricted. But when this grows and it becomes where it's not, 90-10, it's more 60-40, 50-50. When it's around this, when it starts to get here, we start getting this boldness of, I can't take this anymore. And that's kind of where I feel like they're at. And I feel like it started back then. And so I feel like there is this ending energy that's coming up here. And I do feel like they're like, I'm I'm done kind of energy. So interesting. Interesting. And I feel like we are gonna go to because we took extra cards. I'm gonna for your fortune cookie for this one, we're gonna go to the whispers. Oh, Fey Whispers Fairy Oracle, which are these. Let's see here. What else about this here? What is the message? Yeah. Yeah. The celestial gate. Here's the door. See your way out of the gate. Doors to other realms open. Embrace the magic. Wow. Wow. Isn't that amazing? Just and then here's the open door that they just feel like it's even though it was scary, it's scary to do this. They're like, I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do and I'm gonna be okay being by myself kind of energy. I gotta live my dreams. I can't live like this anymore kind of energy. So interesting, interesting, interesting. So that's what they got for you there, Olivia. Woo-hoo-hoo. So cheers to you. That's the tea for this moment for that question. Interesting. All right. Well, we had some other people come in. Let me say hello to some peeps and we'll get an update on where we're at and all the readings. Let's see where we at. We're almost at 2 hours already. Wow, time flies by. All right. Let's see. So we did those. We did those. Oh, we got Christina Lowe in the house. Hey, Christina. I'm doing well. Good to see you. I see you made some donations too here. We got Musical Beer. Hello. Got your free reading request. We'll put that on the list here. So, and then we have here Brenda. I see your donation. I don't see a question yet from you, Brenda. So you actually will be up next. Let me make sure. Yeah, you'll be up next. So if you want to put your question out there, let me get to you. And then we've got Christina Lowe. We've got 2 donations for you. So we'll do that times 2. Boom, boom, boom. What the hell's going on with me? All this energy. You're funny. We will look up. Charlie Brown Christmas trees are a family tradition. Oh, you take them home. Oh, that's cute. So what a little side message from your uh, grandma through Olivia. All right, so we'll look at those. We'll look at the other things, and then we have from Sudeshna Ghosh. Hello, hello. So we've got Brenda, and then Christina Low times 2, and then Sudeshna is where we'll be at on donations. And then free readings, we've got quite a list going here. Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's not too bad so far. And then I think I saw, hey, Touch of Love. Hello, hello. Yeah, I haven't started free readings yet. You will be number 1, though, when I get there. You're lucky there's not fire. You're so funny, Christina. All right. Yeah, well, definitely. Once I get to your readings here, I'll dive more into what you were saying there. All right. Thank you, Sadeshna, for your additional donation, too. All right. Let me get adjusted here. I'm falling off my chair. All right. So let me just make sure I didn't miss your question, Brenda. And you might have typed it. Sometimes, YouTube decides a word isn't correct or acceptable or something and blocks it. So um, I don't see anything from you. So just if you will pop that down there at your convenience, I'll go ahead and I'll put you toward the bottom here. As soon as I see your question pop up, I'll jump to your reading. But for the sake of time, I will jump to Christina. So Christina, here's your first donation, and we'll give you your second timestamp when we get there. So let's read and see what you said here. So your question is, you'd like to know what the hell's going on with your energy around you at this time, please. And then you want to know, will things change soon for the better of all? So is there anything you need to do to help? Okay. Ran out of characters and 9050. Yeah, no problem. You'll most likely be contacted. Oh, complete reading soon. All right. Things are a-changing. Whoa. All right. Definitely. They're all on sale till the end of the year, too. You're so funny. And you're grocery shopping. All right. No problem. You shop away. Shop away. Shop away. All right. So let's see here. What the hell's going on with all the energy around you? Anything that you can do to help? Or about changing soon. So the first one is all about what's this all this energy going around you, and then the other is all into that one. I get you. Okay. Anything you need to do for that. All right. So and then at this time, all this energy going around at this time. We do definitely have a full moon tonight in Gemini. So that is an energy that clears away a lot of beliefs that no longer serve. So it can bring up some conflict that comes in, right? Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you. All right. What else do we need to know about this energy? All right. Yeah. Well, it makes sense here. We do have the overall energies, the Four of Canes, which is the Four of Swords. Four of Swords is about letting go of expectations, because they're sleeping on the Ace of Swords, and then the Three Swords of heartbreak and disappointment, and all those expectations are on the wall, almost like something that you hunted and you've killed and you put on the wall as a reminder of what you overcome. That's kind of what's going on here. And so that definitely resonates with the energy of this Gemini full moon, which is about the twins, one being of the earth, one being of the heavens, and how their ways of looking at things are different, right? Our human conditioning and brainwashing, right? Growing up of this supposed to be and should be and need to be and have to be, versus seeing things from that higher perspective with clarity from a place of unconditional love and joy and laughter and peace, right? So that's where our conflict comes in, is when our human side battles against reality, and reality is not unfolding according to our expectations. So it brings in a lot of conflict, right? Well, with that going on inside of us and then it going on inside of everyone else around you as well, I feel like when you're asking, with all this energy that's going on around you, there's a lot of conflicting energy that's being ignited in others. Now, you do a good job, right, of questioning your beliefs versus higher beliefs. But the big challenging one for you with a huge heart of yours, um, yeah, are that you want to try to make things better for everyone else. Because in a way, the when you see someone not their life isn't unfolding happily according to what your definition of happiness is for other people, you feel like you want to do something to help them be happy. All that Sagittarius energy you have is, I want things, woo woo woo, um higher. um you want everyone's life to be as bright as you can feel inside, but we don't know what other people want to experience. But I feel like that's where a lot of the struggle comes in, is that you're wanting to have everyone else have a happy life, but that's outside of your control, which then takes you off course, because when you feel out of control and then you feel unsafe, then you go into fight or flight mode along with them. And that's when we fight. Because if someone's doing stuff that's not intelligent, not loving, then they're in fear, and we're trying to help them, and then they smack us, literally sometimes, or, you know, symbolically through their actions, their non-actions, their words, or their silence. And then we go into fight or flight mode, and that's when our energy is like, "Oh my god," right? Um, but I feel like there's a lot going on around in the outside world, is right? Yeah, yeah. And yeah, and to their own definitions as well, exactly right. But it comes down to, regardless of what their expectations are, if they're acting sad, that does trigger something in you of you wanting to solve it. It's been something that you've been told a lot growing up in your life, that other people's emotions were your fault. And because of that, one of your core fears of your inner child is that your everyone else's unhappiness is your fault, and that it's your responsibility to make everyone else be happy. And that's an underlying thing, not like that I'm not responsible for that, but your inner child goes, "Oh no, we got punished when we made people mad and people sad. So we made it because they punished me for it," right? So interesting, right? But I feel like that's an underlying thing to be aware of, the underlying energy that's there. Let's see what else we have here. So the energy, you got the King of Gifts, the King of Pentacles. Yeah, it's this feeling, defining our worth by people's actions in the outside world. And the Star card. Yeah, here's that Aquarius hope energy. And underneath all that, yeah, the Four of Gifts, the Four of Pentacles. So there is this being a beacon of hope, trying to make other people keep hope in life and not give up. Trying to be a strong foundation for others is this King of Pentacles and the Star card. But that underlying energy of the Four of Pentacles is a reminder for us that, as we're taught growing up, to define ourselves by relationships with people, situations we're in our bodies, our bank accounts, and all that, and possessions, that all those things are unstable. So when we define ourselves by it, we feel unstable. So that's what we were kind of going back to, right? When people are acting unstable out there because they're unhappy, we're defining ourselves by the stability of these relationships and people. When those aren't, fully 100% perfect, then we feel unstable, which activates us too, right? So they're kind of reiterating what we talked about in those first set. Then you have the King of Good Cheer. Yeah, another king. Feeling like you're responsible here. I'm just feeling with these kings, you feel like, well, I'm the matriarch. I'm the one everyone looks to. I'm the leader. I'm responsible. I should be doing something about all this. But this is about balancing head and heart. And I do feel like it's that um energy of that. Yeah, and I was going to say it's important here. Yeah. When the drama comes, the 5 of Wands, when that energy firestorm comes swirling around your life. The Two of Cups, this takes you to that power of emotional choice. That when there's drama in, especially in the important relationships in your life, that you get to choose what emotions you want. But there's also this energy here of releasing yourself from responsibility of other people's emotional choices. That it's okay. We all came in here. We're all perfect beings. We all return back to that. But we're down here to experience all the emotions. So it's like going to a restaurant and telling someone, "No, you can't eat that. You can't try that." Because that's gonna taste awful. They're like, "But I want to experience what awful tastes like." "No, no, don't do it," right? And we're like, "No, go for it." Let them everyone will learn their energies, but I feel like this is the energies that surround you are a mirror of energies that are going on somewhere inside of us, because that's what we see when we look out into the world. So it's kind of like coming back to this, all right, let me come back to me and understand my energy, because I'm getting sucked out into out of places outside of my control. And whenever we leave us, then we are out of our own business when we're in other people's business. As Byron Katie says, I love that. She's always like, when we're in our business, we feel comfortable and full, and but when we're in other people's business, we feel out of control because we are, because we can't control anyone else's business, only they can. We come back to our own business. But I feel like that's a big piece of this, is understanding that. And it'll continue to happen, and it's for us. That when we get then we look inward and go, "Why is this, where is this existing within me somewhere, somehow?" So it's like, okay, let's see what else we have here too. Yeah, you've got your inner strength here with that Leo energy. You've got the 10 of good cheer, the 10 of cups. So you have this wonderful, your joy is your strength. So you get to return to your joy, and um and find that joy that's not attached to anyone else's happiness, when you get to come into here, right? And you have the chariot, yeah, the power of choice, and the magus, the magician, wherever you focus your energy. So this last bit here is so powerful for you, because it is an energy of realizing that you're the one that gets to choose your stories, your emotions, your energy, and your actions, and you can't control anyone else's. And you can keep coming back to you, keep coming back to your own front door, coming back to your own business, coming back to yourself and going, yeah, everyone gets to choose for them. I mean, we're getting upset sometimes because um, other people are trying to tell us who we're supposed to be. We don't like it any better than they like it when we're telling them who they're supposed to be, right? Not that you're doing that, just as a matter of for all of us, right? But this power of choice is very powerful for you. And so what is this energy? What in the hell is this energy going on around me? It's a reflection of the energy in me attracting to it, what mirrors it. So if there's external conflict, where's the internal conflict that's being projected to the outside world? And that's empowering, because then we're not at the whim of the outside world. We are in our own power, and that's where we want to be. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in for this one too, and we'll go into your second one here. So for this energy, oops, yeah, I like this. I feel like this there to give you your second one for your second reading, but this one for this reading is, you are not too much. You are not too much. Wow. Let's see what this brings in. Yeah, I like this. The core message is, your intensity is your power. Your key themes are authenticity, emotional depth, self acceptance, inner power, bold presence, and reclaiming identity. The message is you've been told you're too sensitive, too loud, too emotional, too ambitious, too much. But what if your too much is exactly what makes you magnetic? And it is. What if the very things you've been told to tone down are the things that make you powerful? You are not too much. You are a force. You are wild hearted, deeply feeling, fully expressed, and that is not something to fix. Wow. It's something to honor. You weren't born to be palatable, you were born to be real. Stop editing your fullness to make others comfortable. You were made to take up space. Your guidance is that this card appears when you've been questioning your worth, shrinking your voice, or internalizing the belief that your energy is too big. But your depth, your fire, your presence is not a flaw. It's a gift. The people who are meant for you won't be overwhelmed by your fullness. They'll be lit by it. Give yourself permission to be all of you. Let your tears be holy. Let your voice be heard. Let your passion take up room. Journaling prompts that you can do if they resonate. Where have I been shrinking or softening parts of myself to avoid being too much? What would it feel like to be fully, unapologetically expressed? And what parts of me have I been hiding that actually hold the most power? A self expression practice is called the power list. Write down all the things you've been told are too much about you. Then, next to each one, flip the narrative. My blank is my superpower. Let this list become a mantra. Let it remind you that your intensity is your magic, not your burden. Wow. I love this. You're crying. You're crying in line at the grocery store. Yeah, right. You're like, this is it. This is so perfect, right? Your affirmation is I am not too much. I am powerful, radiant, and unapologetically whole. The action step is speak the truth you've been holding back. Wear the bold outfit, share the big idea. Let your fullness shine in one visible way today. Be too much and watch the right people celebrate it. So if someone's not celebrating it, then that means that's not where you're to be, right? And that's okay. If it's your daughter and it's your children or others, it's like, that's okay. You're showing me that you guys are not ready for this light. And that's all right. They don't have to be, right? But that means there's other people that are, because you are you for a reason. So I love that. So that is what they have for number one for you there. We will circle back around. I did see Brenda. Brenda. Yes, Brenda. All right. So, Brenda, I'm going to put you back into your place in line here. Whoops. I didn't remove you up here. Hi. So you'll be up next, and then we will jump to Christina Lowe's number two. And then Sudeshna, I see three from you. So thank you for those. We'll circle back around for that. Let's see, did anyone else come in here? Any shout outs here? Nope, nope. Yep, we have a full moon for sure, right? Oh, okay, very good. All right. So let me take a quick sip of coffee here. Cheers, cheers. I think it's the protein I put in here is the one that's caramelizing. I don't want it to get it on my lips. All right, maybe I need to turn this down a little. I'll turn it down to its low setting. All right. All right. So, Brenda, let us grab your timestamp here. There we go. And thank you for your donation and your wonderful heart emoji, heart eyes emoji. And your question is a general. What's coming in love in a relationship between Devin and on this Gemini tonight and rest of the week? Yep. All right. Yeah, on this night of this full moon, right? All right. So let's take a look here. So tonight and the rest of the week. All right. So tonight, specifically for this full moon energy going on here, we got this. Right. And then for the rest of the week. That. Nope, and then that was the bottom of the deck. All right. Well, the overall energy for you both here is the sun card, which, when you're looking at the sun card here, um, this is about abundance and fullness and bright light shining upon things. And of course, a picnic out in the snow. You're like, hell no. It's gonna be a little cold, too cold for that. So for tonight, the energy around love, we have the Page of Candles, which is the Page of Wands coming in, along with the Child, the Fool card coming in. Oh, the weekend too. Yeah, I'm sure it's like the end, like through Sunday kind of energy. But there is this kind of release tonight. It feels like, and this is Gemini energy of letting go of some mindsets, letting go of the thinking, because the child, the Fool card is about letting go of expectations and kind of this looking at a world of possibilities. And it brings this allowing things to just be without expectation is what brings in this wonderful flood of energy. Because when we have expectations of supposed to be and should be and need to be and blah blah blah, that actually restricts and sucks away energy. When we're releasing and we're focusing on what we're grateful for, then that draws in this energy, excitement, and passion, and grows energy instead of shrinking energy. Below the surface of these, we do have the Wheel of Fortune, the Wheel of the Year, along with the Nine of Canes. Yeah, the Nine of Swords, nightmares. So it's basically what I just said, because it's when we let go of all the expectations of the Nine of Swords, it's like we're on the verge of just feeling like I'm sick and tired of trying to please people and be who they want me to be. I'm just going to be me. I'm just going to not worry about what they're doing, what I'm doing, supposed to be doing, should be doing with the relationship. I'm just going to enjoy it for what it is. And that expands energy. That's the possibility of this evening. If I focus in on my fears, then I shrink it. If I focus on what I'm grateful for, I expand it. And that's very I feel like that's the big awareness that's available in the possibilities of this full moon because it's expanding things, whatever we focus on, and it's going to overload one side of the scales. Whatever we focus on, it's kind of like everything just gets dumped on the other side. So I'm either going to get feeling of emptiness or feeling of abundance, but it's up to me to focus on what I'm grateful for. Or if I want to be alone, then I focus on everything that they're not doing or what the relationship isn't bringing or what I feel I'm not giving into the relationship. Then I can just feel that weight of all that, which is not what we want, I know. All right, let's see what the rest of the week brings in here into the weekend. Do you have the Seven of Gifts, the Seven of Pentacles? That is kind of this, you know, the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. It does take time for things to unfold. So it's things are kind of going slow the remainder of the week through the weekend. We do have the 10 of Candles. the 10 of wands energy. That is it's a lot of energy being invested, and it can either feel like a burden or it can feel like a blessing. It can feel like a gratitude, right? And that's exactly what's coming in here this week of realizing this energy, whatever I focus on does grow very fast, very big. And if I'm gonna if I feel like something's a burden, then it's gonna feel like a big burden. If I feel like something's a blessing, it's gonna feel like a big blessing. So very much the slowness of the week has given us an opportunity to really evaluate, where am I investing my energy? Quality over quantity, abundance over expectations not being met. What is it that we're focusing on? And the Four of Candles, Four of Wands. There is joyful celebration and gathering. So I do feel like there is some sort of get together that feels of joy and celebration. Um, so, and we can choose that, right? I feel like there is going to be um, some sort of joyful situation at one point, like one evening, one day. And again, how joyful it is going to be dependent upon what our focus is. Am I grateful for whatever happens? Because, we talk about expectations all the time, right? Like, if I have no expectations that I'm doing this, then this is all abundance. And I'm like, wow. If I have expectations, then all of this is not wow. This, we focus on the lack and what's not happening instead of the wow of what is, right? And that's our power. That's one of our big energies. With the sun card being on the bottom, it's doesn't feel like this is a whoa, heavy, heavy, heavy. But there is an energy here of a lot of light being shown on things to bring clarity, which is all about this full moon energy of, the upper realms. Underneath this rest of this week, we do have the high priestess. They call it the Marilude. I'm probably mispronouncing that. Marilude, lead. um, and look at there's the full moon back here too. Here's that Pisces energy of, going into the high priestess temple, connecting to the spirit, looking behind the veil, diving deep into our own emotions. So there is a bit of alone time, it feels like, here with the high priestess below the surface for the rest of the week. That's why I feel like things might be feeling like it's slow, but there's like, some contact, but it feels much more to ourselves this week. But it's for us to become aware of the awareness of where I'm investing my energy and seeing the results of it. Like if I focus in on when things are slowed down and I focus on when something's not working well, then and it really doesn't work out well. And I'm like, oh, wait a minute. Well, what am I grateful for in them and the relationship and me and what I'm bringing into the relationship, what it's bringing me? And wow, look, it brought me all this instead. And it's like, wow, okay. Really learning your power, I feel, is a big piece of this. So I feel like that's those. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. What kind of awareness for the week regarding love with Devon? Let me just put these cards back in here. They're not being cooperative. Thank you. All right, now they are. Just had to bust them out. All right. So, and this is from the Your Breakthrough is Coming deck. Here's your card. Come flying out. Yep. You are the magic. Boom, boom, boom. You're like, yeah, I knew that. Card number 18. I mean, page 18. So, your magic is your energy, right? And the core message is everything you're looking for lives within you. The key themes are self-worth, inner power, manifestation, authenticity, trust in yourself, and divine alignment. The message says, you've spent enough time searching, comparing, and doubting. The truth is, the spark you seek, the power you crave, the clarity you long for is already inside you. You're not missing a piece. You are the piece. This card comes as a radiant mirror reflecting back the truth You may have forgotten. You are the magic. The dream, the energy, the power to create and become, it lives in your breath, your choices, your heartbeat. You don't need permission. You are the permission. Stop outsourcing your worth. Stop waiting for the right sign, the right timing, the right validation. You've been it all along. Remember who you are. Your guidance says when this card appears, it's a call to turn inward and reclaim your power. You may have been reaching outward for answers, approval, or confidence, but your soul already holds the blueprint. You're not lacking, you're unlocking. Let this card remind you that alignment doesn't come from chasing, it comes from remembering, from anchoring into your own truth and moving from that sacred center. Some journaling prompts for you if they resonate. What qualities have I been searching for outside myself that I already possess? Where am I underestimating my own magic and why? What does my life what does my life look like when I fully trust my own power? Wow. The self reconnection practice is called inner mirror, and it says stand in front of a mirror, look into your own eyes for 60 seconds without looking away. As you breathe deeply, say, I am the magic. I am the source. I trust myself completely. And let any emotions rise, let them move. Then write a love letter to yourself from your higher self's perspective. Wow. Your affirmation, I am not missing anything. I am the magic I've been seeking. And an action step, take one bold step today that reflects your belief in yourself. Launch it, share it, wear it, say it. Let the world see what happens when someone fully owns their light. Wow. Boom. Devin who? You're all you need. But I like that message for you. So that's what they have for you, Brenda. Hopefully that resonates there for you. Many blessings. All right. And we had Footwork come in. Hey, Footwork, thank you for your donation. I'll give everyone an update on where we're at on everything because we're hitting 2.5 hours. So I'm going to step out of donations for about 30 minutes and just complete as many free readings as I can. Let me make sure no one else came in here. Yep. All right. So I'm going to jump to free readings, and then once I finish that, then I'll jump back to donations, and we've got Christina Lowe's number 2, Sudeshna Ghosh's 3 of those for you, and then Footwork. You'll be up after that, and then depending on my energy, whatever I don't finish in free readings, if I don't finish them all in 30 minutes, um, I'll see about completing the rest of them after I complete all the donations as well. All right. All right. Yeah, because we got like what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I've got just 11 free readings, and that list is Touch of Love, Kat Mia, Hot Sun, Anama Ravati, Steve, Kojo, Maria P, Aunt Rose, Livia Vagata, Cat Goddess, and Musical Beer is who I have on the list. So hopefully I'm not missing anyone. All right. So let's take a sip and we'll dive into the free reading. So cheers, everybody. I got this little island floating around in my coffee. Maybe I'll just move to water or just drink it all down, let it go into my guts. All right, let's dive in. So up first, we have Touch O Love. You are up first. Here is your first time stamp. And what is the energy going to be for the next 2 days? All right, let's take a look here. 1 and 2. For readings to go faster, they're 1 to 2 cards. So your energy of day 1 is the sun. So the sun comes out, bright light shining, feels abundant. It feels very I'm getting this connection to your inner child energy, feeling the warmth, feeling like I'm being reminded of when it would snow when I was, and it just snowed yesterday because I'm reminded of this giddy feeling of being out in the snow, um, and the feeling of Christmas and the feeling of holidays and love, and it just feels like love is in the air. The sun is out, and it's shining bright, and you feel the warmth of the sun, even though the surroundings may be cold, and you're enjoying building a snowman, building something. So there's this great energy of tomorrow, of just feeling this sense of being in the moment and enjoying it with what it is, like as a child enjoys the season of Christmas when they're on Christmas break from school. That's the important thing, right? So this energy. The second day after that, you've got the 5 of canes, the 5 of swords. It's a little bit of conflicting energy, but that can be between the head and the heart, that the heart wants to do something, but then that responsibility comes in that you need to do this, you should do this, you're supposed to do this. That's what ruins the can't we just have fun? And they're like, no, I'm taking the head off your snowman. That's funny that I was talking about you build a snowman, then someone comes along and says, no, you can't do that. But it can be someone in the outside world, but it's really the voice in our head is the one that tells us so much about that can't be done. You need to do this first. You can't just enjoy life. What are you thinking? But that's a good, whenever we have this high of wonderful joy energy, when we come down off of that, or what tries to bring us down is this fear energy that it's not going to last forever. And, you shouldn't be able to feel this way. This shouldn't happen. Guilt, blame, all that energy, the whispers of the supposed to be's, right? So being aware of it, you can just put that snowman head right back on the snowman and go, you know what? Thank you, mind, for trying to watch out for us. But today is going to be another day of play if I want it to be, right? So I feel like that's the energy of the next 2 days is a day of just bliss and being in the moment, and then the next day, your mind trying to take you into the future, dragging you into the past, but it feels more like dragging you into the future. And it's like, come back to now for that sunshine feeling. But there's no right or wrong choice, just different choices with different, energies there, that come in there. So that is what they have for your first one there. Not for your first one, but for your free reading. Hey, Christina. Oh, yeah, I'll finish it tonight, because otherwise it'll feel like I'm behind. So I'll do that for me if that's okay. I'll complete all the donations for sure. So we'll get to it sometime. All right. And then Cat Mia, you are up. So you're at 238. Whoops. 48. So here is your timestamp. And you want to know, do you have a twin flame? Will you meet them in this lifetime? Interesting. Let's see what they come through here. So before I pull cards, the message that I'm getting around, we all have twin flames that we experience in lifetimes. But this is going to blow my mind, I think, because what they're showing me is with our human experience, we come down here to experience what it might feel like to be separate. Like that's the duality, to experience me versus them energy, right? Me more me versus them, not me versus them. Because when we go higher in vibration, we become a collective. So we're all not twin flames, but multiplicity collective flame, where we're all a giant flame in a way, if you look at it that way. Twin flame is an experience of humanity, and it's one of the experiences we want to where we feel like I am. It's the need to be needed, the need to be wanted, the need to be special to someone. that the twin flame originates from. It's a desire to be someone's, to belong to someone, because we belong to everyone when we're on the other side. We're all together as one huge, like a drop in a sea. It's like, I only want to be one drop next to another drop, but like on the other side, we don't look at things that same way. We're all a drop in a huge sea, and we all feel and we all experience together as an ocean, not a single drop, right? But in humanity, in different lifetimes, we choose a twin flame experience, but we don't have a designated twin flame on the other side. Like we always have the same twin flame. And I know that may not align with some things other humans say in this lifetime, but you can take that as you will. But from spirit standpoint, that is what resonates with my soul too. Is I'm like, yeah, there is no, we don't stay married in heaven and the other side. Eventually, we are such a high vibration, we join back with the creator. So, we all are part of, we're all each other's twin flame. The creator's our twin flame in a way, right? So, so yes, you do have a twin flame in different lifetimes for your own experiences of that. But in this lifetime, we'll see, have you chosen to have a twin flame experience in this lifetime? All right. All of that to say that, but we'll see here. Have you chosen a twin flame experience in this lifetime? And twin flame experiences are very intense, right? It's such deep togetherness, but then it's also deep, deep mirror work. I mean, it's like I usually say, like a twin flame is, how you have those cosmetic mirrors where you have the regular mirror and you see yourself, and then you flip it over and you can see your pores. A twin flame is, so you're seeing this, the mirror is this close instead of back here, right? So let's see here. Have you chosen a twin flame? Not in this lifetime. This lifetime, you've chosen a high calling with the Judgment card and the King of Swords, the King of Canes here. You've chosen um, self study, which doesn't mean you won't have love in your life. It just means you don't have this twin flame, extreme kind of energy where um, where you're fated to be in this very intense, fiery, burning relationship where that's how gold becomes pure, is it's in the flame, and the heat gets turned up where the impurities called dross drift up from the surface, and then they scoop it off the top, and then they turn up the heat more, and more drifts up, they scoop it off, and they keep turning it up and up until there's no more impurities, and then that's pure gold. And that's what twin flames do. What we do for each other is we turn up the heat through passion and depth of love and conversations, but also arguments and, you know, energy too, because that's part of the flaming process. But in this lifetime, you've chosen to learn, um, instead of taking double the amount of college courses, you've taken an adequate amount so you can enjoy it more. That's funny. So that's what they have for you, Kat Mia. Hopefully that resonates. So many blessings to you. All right. Then we've got Hot Hot Sun. You are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. There you go. What are D's feelings, intentions, and next actions on the bottom of the deck? All right, so let's take a look here. So one card for feelings and one for actions and intentions. And bottom of the deck, we've got the Nine of Good Cheer, the Nine of Cups energy. So we'll see what that kind of represents. It's, it is like a dream come true energy, of emotional dream come true energy. But the also the nine, the hermit's energy, is about self-love and finding that our emotional dream come true starts here, because all the cups that we get filled to the outside world, they don't get filled up when we try to fill them from the outside world. They fill up like we're the top cup of a champagne kind of fountain, right? Where all the cups are there. All the cups of the outside world of our emotional fulfillment start with our ace of cups, our self love. That fills up and then overflows and fills up everything. Otherwise, people trying, us trying to fill up all those cups by the outside, it evaporates. It doesn't stay in the cups and we don't feel that fulfillment. And that's kind of what I'm being focused on with here is they're trying to find their self love in a way, underlying energy, their feelings. Yeah, they have the king of good cheer. They are trying to fill up their cup. Glug, 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 glug. With alcohol. No, spiked eggnog. But they've got this, the king of good cheer is about balancing of the head and the heart. And I do feel like they're trying to um, balance their emotion with their thinking coming in here. But that the king of good cheer holds the ace of cups, and they are trying to fill that up exactly as I was mentioning there. Um, what are their intentions and their next actions? Yeah, got the nine of swords energy coming in. Those fears, they still keeping them at bay, and in a way, there is that energy of with that king of cups of I've got all this emotion, but I'm using my mind to kind of not squash it, but to hold it back, to dam back emotions because it's not safe to express emotion, right? But I like the nine of swords and the 10 of swords because I'm a Capricorn rising, so I like shadow work. I like getting to the point where I can't take it anymore. Well, in hindsight, I do. I, you know, I almost ended my life once back in my early 20s because of the shaking and the rattling of my cage during my Saturn return periods as they began to unfold and rip away my own mindsets. And the reason I say that is because we got the Krampus, the devil card underneath the um, nine of good cheer on the bottom. So it's that shaking and rattling of the cage to face the fears, to be set free from the fears as well, right? So, um, sorry, let me just back out of there. There we go. So, it doesn't feel like they're taking action. Um, at this time, it feels like their intentions are to what I was gonna say with the 9 and 10 of swords even is like, 9 of swords is I'm, exhausted trying to live up to all these expectations and beliefs and these fears that have been holding me back. I can't take it anymore. I just wanna chunk them all. I just wanna stop all these expectations and just be me, and it's that letting go that is the whole purpose of this rattling of our cage, all these fears and frustrations and stuff being brought up because it brings us freedom. It's not to punish us. It's our shadow actually wanting to set us free, right? He's really stressed out with work. Yeah, and that, all the things that come to that, right? The if I lose the job, then I lose this and that and that and that, and then it just the ripple effects of all the fears, right? So nightmare, insomnia, stress, kind of energy, just keeping them back from. They're just trying to, you know, get to that, but I like it because once we get stressed enough, then like, I feel like when I became suicidal, that was a life-changing experience for me because I chose to live, and then you face the fear of death, and once you do that, um man pressure, yeah. Yeah, all these mindsets that they have in their head from growing up, which everyone does, it's human pressure, right? We all got a long list of supposed to be's and should be's to try to live up to stuff, but I feel like, you know, something he can't keep doing that for very long. He's already at a 9. He's like on the verge of letting it all go and going, "What am I worried about? Why am I sweating all this small stuff?" Because everything of human is small compared to eternity, right? So it's like we learn I don't have to sweat the small stuff, and then you realize there's a lot of small stuff in humanity. So, yeah. Yep. So that's where we're at right now there, hot sun. Hopefully that brings you a little clarity for today. So that's what they got for you right now. Many blessings to you. All right. And then we have Anama Ravati. You are up. Here is yours. Oh, Sudeshna, thank you for your additional one as well. Let me grab that so I don't miss that. Put it on the list here. All right. So in Anama, you wanted a general reading, right? Reading next means general for you, I believe. So let's see here. What does Spirit want you to know right now? I do want that one and this one here. Whoa. All right. Yeah, I just put that back in the deck. It came back out. You got the Nine of Good Cheer, the Nine of Cups, and the King of Candles, which is a King of Wands in the Standard Tarot. My cards are shedding on me here on my black shirt. But there's this, here's picking away the stuff that doesn't belong anymore, which is what this message really kind of emanates here, because the King of Wands is like realizing and a lot of clarity coming around what your dream come true is, especially your emotional dream come true. Because the King of Wands, I picture them as, being in this throne room because they're the king. They rule over their kingdom. They're the king and kingdom. But they got all these advisors telling them, this is what you should do, supposed to do, need to do, have to do. Here's your dream. This is what the kingdom should be. How should it, come through and all of that. And then um, the king realizes, wait a minute, why am I listening to all these people? All these self-appointed advisors, please, everyone, please clear the throne room. Thank you for your advice and your opinions. Put them in the box on your way out the door. Now I need silence. I need to sit with myself. I need to sit with my heart, Nine of Cups. I need to sit with my heart and ask it what its dream come true is, not the one that's been told and embedded in the mind by all these self-appointed advisors, but what does my heart say? Where does my heart want to take me? What brings it joy? What brings it passion, right? So I like that. I feel like now is a time of clarity, a time of realizing the difference between what your mind wants you to do and what your heart wants you to do. It's like you step out of your mind, you close the door, you go down a spiral staircase, walk over to your heart, knock on the door. The heart opens and goes, hey, long time no see, come on in. You go in, you sit and have some tea or coffee with your heart, and then ask them, what is your dream? What would you like to do? And then you introduce that to your mind and go, mind, I'd like you to work on making this come true. um, you are the one that can make things happen and you can bring a lot of great ideas. I want this to be your assignment. Make this come true. And your mind will start supporting your heart instead of bullying it to try to make it do what it wants to do. And you're not living your dream if you wake up in the morning and go, oh God, I got to go live my dream today. That's someone else's dream and not yours. You're living your dream when you wake up and you're like, all right, let's go. I'm excited for the day. So that's what they have for you, Anama. So many blessings to you. All right. We got MM28 in the house. Hello. I'll grab yours and add you to the free list here. I am currently in my 30-minute period of doing free readings. I got about 15 more minutes to go, so I'll get a few more done here. And then I'll return back to donations. And where we're at on donations, I don't know. We haven't completed yours yet, Footwork. So I don't know what time it'll be, but Christina Lowe's number 2 will be up, and then Sudeshna has 3, and then to yours, and then back to Sudeshna is where we're at on donations. Yes, that's where we're at on donations right now. Free readings, I've got up next Steve, and then Gojo, Maria P, Aunt Rose, Liv Ava Gata, Cat Goddess, Musical Beer, and then MM is where we're at. Whatever I don't finish in free readings, once I complete donations, I most likely will finish out all free readings since there'll only be a handful left at the very end as well. All right. So back to readings. That was the update. So Steve, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp. Yeah, you're probably a little behind. I just explained it all footwork, so you're probably going to get this after that. But yeah, I just told everyone where they're at. So, Steve, you wanted to know, how does the person M feel about you? All right, let's take a look here. All right, we got that. What else? And this one here. We got two. So you have the two of gifts. Yeah, that makes sense. I was thinking whenever I get two extra cards, it's usually like back and forth between two different ways here. The two of pentacles is on one hand this, on the other hand this. On one hand, they do see you with the Queen of Candles, Queen of Wands energy here. And that is an energy of, it is a passionate energy that comes in. So there's this um, energetic and emotional energy that comes in, because the queens all have behind the scenes emotion too. So there is this energetic attraction. There's also this emotional attraction and connection that they feel with you here. Um, and the Queen of Wands is an energy of, really, once they put their mind to something, they kind of, in a way, kind of put all their energy to try to make something happen and to go in a direction, right? Let's see what this other one is too. Yeah, and then they have the Hermit. So it's opposites. It's kind of like they go back and forth, right? And you might get this mixed message that comes in here, right? Because I feel like their heart is like, they're attracted to you, they're drawn to you, but their mind is, no, we need to be alone. It's not safe to be with people. We just need to spend time by ourselves. So I feel like they've got this introverted kind of pattern of withdrawing and then getting tired of being alone and reach out, and then they eventually get pulled back. So it's almost like, are they giving you whiplash where they draw forward and they drift back and they draw forward and drift back? Usually what things guys do, right? But this is kind of where they're at. They're like sharing it, but then they withdraw too. Um, and it's not personal. I feel like it's has to do with fears of the past that, ignite them to where they don't feel, their mind doesn't feel it's safe for their heart and passions to leap forward. They want to slow things down, and again, it's like, um the mind having her mind, or their mind having their heart on a leash, and it leaps forward, and then they yank it back, and then they get lax, and then the heart is able to leap forward and they bring it back. So it's back and forth energy, but it is there. But if you've been feeling like this, um this energy of, um it's not about you, it's about how they slowly develop more and more, because the more their mind feels safe and secure, the more they let their heart out too. So that's what they have there for you, Steve. So many blessings to you. All right, and then we've got Gojo. You are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. And then why did KP turn back and look at you? All right, let's take a look here. Why did they turn their back and look at you? All right. In that particular situation, got the Page of Cups, the Page of Good Cheer. We like that. And the Two of Candles, the Two of Wands. So, the Page of Good Cheer, the Page of Cups, is an energy of happiness and joy and higher emotion. And this Two of Wands tells me, though, that they kind of, again, there's this energy that goes back and forth with them too. When they're in this high uplifted thing, then they'll look around and be more brave, and I feel like they looked back because I feel like there is an attraction there. I feel like there is, you know, this emotion that wants to be shared, but I feel like it fluctuates. You know, I feel like they have to be in a certain kind of emotional place, or in a certain thing, in a certain place of emotional stability, or even heightened energy to be able to have that bravery in a way. But then and then they dim the light. And then when it's lower, they don't feel like they can express it. But I do feel here with that page of good cheer coming out. I mean, that's page of cups. There's emotion, heightened emotion, though. And that fluctuation I feel is what's coming in there. I don't feel like it's like they're, like this, like madly in love and a secret admirer. I feel like there's an attraction there, but I feel like it only, you know, I'm trying to think of an example. It's like a flower that only blooms on the full moon each month. It's like it only comes out. Maybe it's during the full moon, because it is a full moon right now. Was it today? Last couple of days? Maybe it's during a full moon that they have this expansion, but then it shrinks back and then they don't act on it. So, um, interesting. But that is what they have for you, Gojo. Hopefully that makes sense. All right. Yeah, it is a full moon in Gemini. Hey, Bellin. Good to see you. Hello, hello. Nine of Cheers and King of Cheers means that he likes me a lot, right? Um, yeah, but I've left that energy. But I mean, there is a lot of emotion there, but I feel like they're trying to find their fulfillment, you know. So that's the big energy that's kind of coming their way there. All right. I feel like they're very focused on them right now, is kind of what I was picking up. All right. So, Maria P., you're free. And thank you for your donation earlier. Here's your timestamp. And a general for you and Wally's relationship. All right. Let's see. What else do they want you to know right now? Okay. And we've got the Holly King, which is the Emperor, and the Four of Candles, the Four of Wands. Yeah, there is this joyful celebration, this gathering. I feel like they're wanting to ask you to go to an event with them here. The Four of Candles is a joyful celebration. Holiday parties, holiday gatherings, of course, are around, but I feel like they're wanting to invite you to go with them to some sort of celebration. Maybe it could be a lighting, like a tree lighting ceremony, or I don't feel like it's necessarily with family and friends is it work? I don't know if it's even at work, but I feel like it's an event that they want to invite you to go to here. Sorry, as spit up something here. There's this yeah, they need to spit it out, don't they? But I feel like they're kind of considering it and they're going back and forth and kind of wanting to invite there. And I like this. It's a card of joy and, the Four of Candles too, and these solid 4 energies, you got the 4, the Emperor, and the 4 of Candles too, represents a lot of stabilized energy that's coming in here, but I feel like this this is telling me that they are reaching a point of deciding what they want. You know how they've been kind of, trying to determine it? I feel like they're, like, making this decision going, "I'm gonna believe that you're choosing me and there's no one else, and I'm gonna move forward towards you know, this energy," because before, like, they were holding off on because they weren't sure, "Are you really choosing me, or am I just good for now, and you're keeping the door open?" It's like they feel like you're closing the door, even locking it, and even though you have the key around your neck, they're like, "It's not easy for you to leave because you've locked all these doors," and they feel like you are choosing them. So I like that energy. Oh, boo boo boo. All right, so that's what they have for that one for you, Maria. Thank you again for your donation earlier. Hey, Bellini. I am. Well, I hope you're well. I'll grab yours and add you to the free list here. All right. And then I think this will be the last free reading I'll do until after I finish all the other donations. I just take like a 30-minute pocket where I step out, finish, do some free reading so that we get to some. And then I only have like a handful left. And so I will return and finish those up after I'm done with all the donations as well. All right. So, Aunt Rose, you are up. I told you before, I have an Aunt Rose. So every time I see that, I think of my Aunt Rose. Oh, there's your timestamp. So, what kind of relationship will you be in next year? All right. Based on current energies, current choices, where you're heading, what kind of relationship will you be in next year? Okay. They did want this one. A little bit of searching going on. Yeah. You have the strength card here. You have a very strong relationship with your higher self. You're like, I know, I don't what about a human, right? We have the 5 of candles, the 5 of wands. Right now, there's a lot of fire energy, but this 5 of wands is more friendships, friendship group, um, and this Leo energy. Again, this is you and your higher self, and that is that kind of relationship that's there. I do feel like within this friendship group that you have, this, group of people that you're hanging around, that you do have a Leo energy here with this strength card. I do feel like you do have a Leo that you become close with there. I don't feel it goes into romance, at least based on current energies next year, but I do feel like you meet them and you develop a strong friendship. And I say that one of the best type of relationships to have, romantic relationships, is with your best friend, where it becomes best friend sleeping over, where you develop this strong bond and you know everything about each other and you still choose to be friends. And then there's no secrets because you're like close best friends. And then you just say, let's take it, just it is like it naturally progresses to another step. It doesn't have to be a decision. It just kind of just molds into it, and then a kiss turns into a relationship, and but I feel like that's where you're kind of looking at for this next year. So I like it. Leo. Wow, 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 wow. Attractive energy. Leos generally have beautiful hair and are very attractive. They have this energy that just draws us in. So their personality and everything just kind of shines bright. So that's what they have for you, Aunt Rose. I'm happy for you. All right. Many blessings. All right. And as I said, I'll return back to finish Livier, Cat Goddess, Musical Beer, MM, and Bellini after I finish all the donations. I did step away. So up next, we'll have Christina Lowe, Sudeshna times 3, and then footwork, and then back to Sudeshna. If I don't have any other donations at that point, then I'll return back to the free readings. All right. So let's jump back in here. I'm just going to take a sip of my coffee real quick here. Okay. All right. So, Christina, thank you for offering me not to finish yours tonight, but I do like to finish all the donations the same day, and that way start the next day fresh. So, there's your time stamp for number 2. So, thank you for your second donation. We'll give that a love and a like here. Whoops. Let's try doing that right. There we go. And you want to know, will things change soon for the better of all? Already have your fortune cookie out. They gave you that earlier. And it's funny. So because that you said, will things change? Will everything work out? What if it works? We'll see what that means here in a moment, but I like that. I felt like to do that. Anything you need to do to help it work out? And we'll take a look here. So, based on current energies, especially after your first reading, taking that into account, and we'll see how that goes here. All right. And let me just see here if there was anything else you mentioned. Because I think you had said something. You just realized that your comments are messed up. I wasn't proofreading 'em. Oh, oh, no, never a worry. I don't count off for for spelling or anything. Trust me, thou'st does not judge other people's spelling. Spell check is my friend quite often. But the overall energy on the bottom, you do have the Page of Canes, the Page of Swords. That is a change in communication, a lot of clarity that comes in through this situation. So that being underlying energy is a good thing. There. You do have the Nine of Candles. There is the Nine of Wands, which is a little bit of perseverance energy coming in. Can be a block energy, but I feel like it's more perseverance. Just continue to give your energy, continue to shine forth, right? Continue to be you, and just persevere. You have the Seven of Candles, yeah. Seven of Wands, which is an energy about being true to your authentic self, not dimming your light, not asking permission to shine, not needing to defend who you are. It's about being yourself from a place of love, because it's when we feel attacked is when we start defending ourselves. But when we realize other people's actions are about them and not about us, I feel like that's where your clarity comes in, going, their words are for them, not for me. My words are for me, not them. So, that coming back to your own business that they're bringing back from your first reading. When I come back to me, then I stop fighting, because I don't need to fight with them, because whatever's coming out, whatever's bubbling up is for me, not for them anyway. So I can allow them to believe what they want to believe, do what they want to do, and say what they want to say or not say what they don't want to say, and not look at it as something that's being done to us, but something that's rising to free me from something that's inside of me. If it bothers me, then there's something that's bothering me and something inside of me that's bothering me, not the outside. The outside just is. It's our stories that are create conflict. It's our old emotions rooted in lower vibration that bubble up and go, look at me, right? So let's see what else we have here. You do have the three, yeah, expectations equal disappointment. Underneath of that, the Nine of Gifts. Yeah, the Nine of Pentacles. So this is the Nine of Pentacles is an energy of abundance in the outside world, but it comes through letting expectations go. Because the more that we focus in on, you know, um, what someone's not doing, what someone's not saying that they should say, or what all the expectations of how we're supposed to act, how we're not supposed to act, what we're supposed to say, what we're not supposed to say. We suck the life out of relationships, right? The more we transform it into focusing in on what am I grateful for in the outside world. And that Nine of Pentacles, this actually is a wonderful comparison between, like, what if I focus on what I'm grateful for, then it expands, especially if I express that gratitude towards someone about what I am grateful for about who they are. If I focus on who they're not being and what's not, then I'm sucking the life out of my experience of the interaction, right? Whether that is a relationship with someone or life or a job or a movie, a book, whatever we're doing, we can do that, right? Yeah. So, there is that, I'm going to focus on what I love about who you are and what you're doing, what you're saying, not what you're not saying or what I don't like, because you can't change it anyway. But we can influence people by appreciation, by, doing that. A great book, and I've been chiming about it for a while. I just finishing up The Let Them Theory by Mel Robbins. And there's this great thing about how can you change people? And it's like, number one, realize you can't change people. That's going to save you a lot of thing, but you can influence people. And how do we influence people? By radiating the life that we want everyone else to have and experience. And but the more we push, the more they push back. The more we pull, the more they pull away. So the pushing and pulling doesn't work out well, but praising people for doing when they do the things that we love and showing gratitude for it is what makes them want to do more of that. When we um focus in on the lower vibration of pointing out what they're not doing, all that does is make them double down and continue to do it even more. We all know, we were all teenagers and children. We know what's the worst thing you can tell a child? Not to do something, because then they're gonna go do it, right? That's funny. All right. And then let's see what else we got here. So some clarity coming in, choosing. Like I feel like this is what you can do when you asked, "What can I do?" Focus on what you're grateful for, not what's not happening. So when we look at you know um, the question, will things change um, for the better? That even tells us that it's a judgment, right? Why do I think things need to be different? Well, because it shouldn't be this. There's a rule, right? It's like, okay, so things just are a reflection of my energy. So as I change my energy, things naturally change anyway. But it's not about things being better or worse or, fitting into all that. It's about the releasing of the expectations, the releasing of better and worse, and the embracing of that there's no wrong choice. There's just different choices with different experiences and different outcomes. And when I give myself the grace of being able to choose what I want, going, I don't like the way that this is all, so I'm going to change what my story is, my emotions, my energy, my actions are, and that's going to draw something different into my life. So I like that. Let's see what these other cards are here. Yep, 10 of good cheer, 10 of cups, focusing on joy, focusing on the gratitude. We got the moon energy, mother moon energy. Being aware of the energy of the moon, I feel is important too, because that does change every 2 to 3 days. And being impacted by the moon as much as you are attuned to it, I would just be aware of, okay, the moon is in Gemini. There's going to be a battling of minds. There's going to be clarity coming, especially full moon, right? It's like, all right, let me understand the energy of the moons that are going on. That'll help me understand what I'm feeling, but it'll also help me understand why people are reacting the way they are. Because a fiery moon, people are going to be more in lower vibration if they're in lower vibration, more emotional and water moon, more grounded and sensory during earth moons, um, and in their head during um, air moons, right? So being aware of that, I feel, is important. Yeah, and the two of canes, understanding the power of the story, that it doesn't, whatever's happening in the outside world doesn't have meaning until it gets into this noodle, into the noggin, to the storyteller. And then it says, oh, that's bad. It needs to be better because I've been told that when that happens, that's bad. That's the story. Instead of looking at it as conflict happens for our growth, it's not something that's bad. It's something we learn through. It's not something to be stuffed and avoided. It's something to be embraced. When I change my story, going, instead of, if I feel it shouldn't happen, then I get defensive and I try to get rid of it instead of embracing this energy of growth, then I become curious. I don't try to disprove what someone's thinking. I become curious about what someone is thinking and why they're feeling it. Instead of trying to change it, I get curious about the person. So it's an interesting energy. I like that. And then lastly, yeah, of course, you had moon energy, mother nature and mother nurture. Nurture yourself first. give yourself all that love energy, then abundance comes, and that's you fill up on the inside and allow yourself to be full and overflow. Because if you get into too much giving of yourself, then you're exhausted. And then, like all of us overgivers, we give and give and give until we're exhausted, then continue to give and give and give till we're resentful. And then that resentment comes out because we're also exhausted. So hopefully that resonates there for you. We also have your fortune cookie was what if it works? Question mark. Let's see what this is about. Have to find it first. Okay, let me try searching another way here. See, they don't have numbers on these and they're not alphabetical, which is not the way I would do it. My expectations equal my disappointment. It's a lesson for me alone in here, right? Yeah, right. So that also doesn't help because people's filters are down, right? It says, don't let fear talk you out of greatness. Your key themes are courage, trusting the unknown, possibility, overcoming fear, embracing success, and shifting perspective. Interesting. The message says, fear loves to ask, what if it doesn't work? But have you ever asked, what if it does? The truth is, you're just as likely to succeed as you are to fail, but it's fear that makes you forget that. So, this card is your nudge to flip the script. Don't let fear drown out the possibility of success. What if it works? What if this moment leads to the breakthrough, the opportunity, the transformation you've been hoping for? What if everything you're afraid of is only shadow of the greatness that awaits? You can't predict the future, but you can choose to believe in its potential. Your guidance says fear thrives on the unknown, but so does magic. When you step into the uncertainty with a mindset that it will work, you change the energy around you. The more you trust in the process, the more you magnetize the outcomes you desire. Ask yourself, what's the worst that could happen? And more importantly, what's the best? This card is your reminder to act in faith, not fear. Don't let doubt decide your future for you. Excuse me, your journaling prompts are, what am I afraid might happen? And what is the possibility that I'm ignoring? When have I succeeded despite my fear? And what would I do differently if I truly believed this could work? The mindset practice is called possibility focus. So write down 3 what if it works statements about your current situation. Allow yourself to feel the excitement and possibility in each one. Let this exercise shift your perspective from fear to hope. Whenever doubt arises today, ask yourself again, what if it works? Your affirmation is, I choose to believe in my success. The possibilities are endless, and I am ready. And an action step for you, take one step today toward what you're scared to pursue. Let it be small but significant. An email, a call, a decision. Trust that your actions are creating the path, even if you don't see it all yet. Yeah. So come back to you, right? So I like that. The birthing, it busting through the hard surface, right? The perseverance. Yeah. It does all happen in perfect timing, everybody's and these are all stories, right? um, it's the worst time for this because the baby was just born. Who that's the story, right? No, this is the best time. It's the perfect time for it to happen when the baby's sick. Everybody's immunities are being heightened. Everybody's energy is chaotic. No, everybody's energy is perfect for what they're experiencing. See the stories of chaos, the story of askew, the story of that things aren't right, the stories, these are all lower vibration stories rooted in fear, right? When we change them, going, it is perfect. Every moment is perfect. Everybody's actions and reactions are all allowing people to express how they're feeling, and it's bringing clarity, right? And but I like that about the thinking of possibilities, going, you know what? This isn't a sign that things are going down. This is just it's just is. There's not a story that has to be attached to it. You can just enjoy it for what it is or choose a story of joy, right? It can be neutral, higher vibration, or lower vibration. So it's a wonderful being aware of the stories, and putting reminders around ourselves to drag us out, because the world is a giant amusement park full of fear rides, right? And it's going to suck us out into it, um, because our little inner child will feel unsafe or out of control, feeling like it needs to fix anything, and it'll get sucked out into the fear world. We just gently nudge it back and go, come back here, boo boo. Everything's okay. And then we can come back to that. But being gentle with ourselves is important too, right? So that is what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your donations, and hang in there. It's an adventure. Woo woo. All right. Let's see here. We did have Sudeshni came in. Hey, Sudeshni. Good to see you. I am well. I hope you're well. And we had Patty. Hey, Patty, Patty. Thank you for your donation. We'll add you on to the list here. And I think, yeah, you actually also won a 15-minute personal recorded reading. I'll talk to you about that when I do your reading. Yes, very good. Hey, Lynn, welcome, welcome. Well, I was doing well. Hold on. Maybe I should drink some water. Yes, Patty, you did. On November 27th, on Thanksgiving evening, you were one of the winners of a 15-minute personal recorded reading. So, congratulations. I'll tell you more about it when I get over to you there. All right. Um So I am up next. I do have Sudeshna times three, and then to footwork, and then back to Sudeshna, and then Patty, you'll be after that. But I've been on for 3.5 hours, and I do need to run to the little boy's room. I know, whoop whoop. So it'll be just 1 minute, and I'll be right back, and then we'll continue going forward here. So thank you guys for understanding. I shall return. All right. Just my little pillow here so I don't fall off. All right. We are back. We are back. Let me make sure we're all good here. Yes, we are. All right. So thank you guys so much. And we will dive in for more readings. All right. So Sudeshna, you are up. Let's grab your first one here. Of course, we'll circle around for your other ones here. So number one, let's get up here. Excuse me. Give that a love and a like. So thank you for that. So you had a very bad dream today regarding your sister Sumita, that she had an accident and her legs were cut off. Oh my gosh. Why did this dream come? You're very scared. What is significant of this? Anything, please. I know, right? You're like, whoa. It doesn't feel like a premonition energy. It's not about she's actually going to be in a real accident. This has to do with, this actually doesn't have to do with your sister. This has to do with you. She just represents, she's a safe character to have in your dream to represent you. And this feels like an energy of you're feeling like literally like your legs were cut out from underneath you. Like you feel like you ever hear the phrase of someone pulling the carpet from underneath you, like you're like, whoa, something that unexpected, kind of a betrayal energy. And this makes sense. Um, and it might be then more than one thing. We'll see what these are here, because it feels like you've got maybe three situations where you feel kind of, I wouldn't say betrayed, but you do feel like something's been, snatched out from underneath you here. So, um, we'll see what's going on here. Your first card here is the Page of Good Cheer. Yeah, so this is about your self love with the Page of Cups coming in here. There is this, it is showing this is a reflection of your heart. During our dream time, it's when our subconscious will bring up things to look at our spirit team. They use our dream time to help us kind of process things, to work through things, to have us face things that we're not ready to look at in the outside world, right? We'll see it in the peripherals, we'll see it out here in our dream time, and then they'll bring it into our us to look at something, right? And so it's something that's looking in here on areas of your life where you feel you were cut off, where something happened, where you felt um, things were taken away from you, and that you can't. There's also an energy coming in around that. It's the legs that were cut off, is that you don't feel like you can go do what you want to do. You feel like you're limited now, or something has limited you to move forward in something, right? Because your legs were taken off. So interesting. Let's see what this is about. Yeah, you have your inner strength, Leo energy coming in here, finding your inner strength. And yeah, the Three of Swords below that, which is the heartbreak, the disappointment, expectations not working out, where you feel like, in a way, there's this punishment feeling that came in too. So I don't feel like this is about your sister at all. This feels like this is that's just because your sister is, like I said, is a character in your dream, that if it was you appearing in the dream, then you would have this excuse me, this resistance to it. I'm so sorry. I put a cough drop in, so it's clearing out my sinuses. I apologize. I know I've been hacking up. We've been having weird weather, so sorry. Thanks for your patience and in that. Um, so like you seen you going through that, you would resist it. But you seen your sister go through it, you're able to look at it more than resist it. So that's why your sister came through as the character. But this is about disappointment, something that feels like heartbreak, something that feels like you're not able to move forward in different areas of your life. Um, yeah, you have the Ace of Canes, the Ace of Swords. Underneath that, the Wheel of Fortune. Yeah. So here's this ending and beginning energy. And it does feel like, because you're being asked to let go of things that don't serve you anymore. The bottom of the deck, you had the Ace of Wands, the Ace of Candles, which is you got this new beginning energy, this new to move forward energy. But the way that you're processing it is this: I feel that what if I move forward, I'm actually losing pieces of myself, and that's what's keeping me from moving forward, because it's like I'm losing my legs if I move forward, so I'm going to lose my legs so I can't move forward, is kind of that oxymoron that's happening, because we feel I'm scared to move forward, so I'm cutting off my legs so that I have a belief that I can't move forward. So this is your body and your mind and your consciousness and your spirit posse team showing you that no, you can move forward, but this is your fear, is that this will hurt me so much that I won't be able to move forward. So it's interesting how our catch 22, our mind works. Oh no, if you move forward, it'll hurt you, and then you'll lose things that you can't move forward. So you'll be stuck, and then you'll be without legs too. No. Let's see here. What else do they have here for you? You got the Six of Pentacles, the balancing energy of the outside world, the giving and receiving energy of the outside world, the Queen of Candles, Queen of Wands, which shows the energy of being able to step forward, and the moon energy that's coming in. So they're also bringing in here the balancing, this energy of the moon really impacts you too. This Gemini full moon, literally showing up in your here, it challenges our old ways of thinking. It removes the thoughts that don't believe to allow us to move forward. It's almost like the legs that are being removed are the things that are holding you back. And it's like, I don't want to let that go. Um, and that's why, again, you put the cut off the legs in the dream, because it's like, no, this is gonna cripple me if I let that go. It's like, no, it hurts you continually already. Cutting them off will allow you to move forward, just maybe not in the way that you want, but you will be able to move forward. And I feel like that's the message here. Your last one here is, yeah, the world, an ending of a cycle, the beginning of a new adventure. So this definitely has to do with some endings and beginnings. Of course, I feel like a big one is with Mr. T, but also there can be stuff at work, it could be stuff with family or friends or other individuals as well that are coming in, that are that's where this fear is coming up, because I feel like it's not just one area of your life that you feel things are changing, um, like going to a new job, moving forward, maybe letting a friendship go, a family member go, something along those lines too. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here. Okay. Yep. The next step is enough. There you go. Just step forward. But without legs, how can I step on the stepping stones? Right? The next step is enough. All right. Let's see what this fortune cookie brings in here. There it is. So this clarity comes from movement. The key themes are presence, simplicity, momentum. Let me move my cough drop. Trusting the process, releasing overwhelm, and direction through action. The message is you don't need the full plan. You don't need to see the whole staircase. You just need to take the next step and trust that it's enough. The path reveals itself through movement, not overthinking. This card is your permission to stop obsessing over the big picture and come back to the moment. The next step, however small, holds the key to your momentum. From that movement comes clarity. From that clarity, direction. And from that direction, transformation. Let go of the pressure to figure everything out. All you need right now is to begin. Your guidance says you may be feeling overwhelmed or stuck because you're trying to solve an entire journey in your head before taking action. But life unfolds through doing, not guessing. I love that. This card reminds you to trade perfection for presence. You'll know more after you move. There is wisdom in simplicity. Don't underestimate what one step can set into motion. Journaling prompts, what's the actual next step I can take, no matter how small? Where am I holding back because I think I need a full plan? And what decision would I make today if I trusted clarity would follow? A grounding practice called One Step Now is close your eyes and place both feet firmly on the floor. Take 3 deep breaths and then ask yourself, what is the very next thing I can do that supports my growth? Whatever comes, no matter how ordinary, honor it with action. Ooh. Your affirmation, I trust the step I take today. It's enough to move me forward. And then your action step says, name the very next thing your heart, business, healing, or dream needs and do it. Just one step. No pressure to have it all figured out. Just movement, just trust. The path always gets clearer once you begin walking it. It's funny that the last thing is about using legs, and the legs are what were cut off in your dream. The I don't want to move forward. In my dream, I'm going to take my legs off and go, how can I go anywhere without legs? And they're like, here, bionic legs. Now you can move fast. So I love that. The next step is enough. All right. So that's for that one for you, Sudeshna. Like I said, we'll circle back here and we have Sudeshni. Hello, hello. Thank you for your donation. I'll add you to that free the donation list. And then I see your free reading too. My brain was getting ahead of my mouth, or vice versa, or both. All right. So we'll get that added to the list here as well. All right. And thank you guys for all your patience in getting to your readings. I greatly appreciate that. All right. So Sudeshna, here is your number 2. Yep. All right. Very good. And let's go up here. Give that a love and a like. All right. So regarding this situation, you have thought of sending this one last message to him on December 31st. Au revoir. So Mr. T, because I don't want to carry anything forward to a new year, telling him that all these were very disrespectful, that I never mattered as a friend, and the issue could have been sorted out. Should you do this, what will be the consequences, or should I wait for him to contact me? When will he contact me, even if he reaches out? I want to tell him all this. Should I? All right, let's take a look here. Of course, from spirit, there's no, shoulds. There's just different choices with different experiences and different outcomes, right? So what we'll do here is we will, because either way, you kind of like, if he contacts me, I'm telling him. If not, I'm gonna tell him anyway. So I see that. um, Sorry. Okay. And then Maria P, I do see you got another donation in here just in case. And I'll see here. Yeah, it was after the other one. So so we'll dive into here. And what we'll do is we'll look at the energy. Sorry, my cough drop was trying to escape. We'll look at the energy here of if you choose to reach out to share these accusations and this expression of your pain to them, what would the outcome be based on current energies? Okay. And then if you don't, even if they contact you, what's the outcome and the energy around that? Okay. And then you want to know when to. Sorry, I'm eating my cough drop. Right. So if you do this, what's the consequences? And then when will he contact you based on current energies? So we'll ask that as well. All right. So let's look at that first. We'll get that out of the way. We have the Justice card, which that energy is September 23rd to October 22nd. So that's in the past. It's kind of like that energy is this should have been done a long time ago, right? But I feel like they're trying to balance things out yet. That's so far in the future. I don't feel like they've made a decision because that feels like way far off, but that's what I feel like they've pushed it off in their head of I got to do this stuff right now. I can't think about it right now. So I feel like they've put it off. I don't feel like it would take that long if they do, but I feel like they're undecided. They're trying to figure things out, trying to see things from a different perspective, right? So let's look at the energy. If you do share with them your feelings, um, your reaction to their lack of action or what they said or didn't say, what they did or didn't do, this is um, you know, what I want to share with them, right? You have the Queen of Canes, the Queen of Swords. There is a balance between the head and the heart. So your energy, I feel like you would feel better getting things off your mind, getting things off your chest, right? You're going to share your get things out of your mind by sharing your heart and go "Psh, whatever, right? So there will be a release of that. You have the Ace of Gifts, the Ace of Pentacles, which is seeing your worth in relationship to the outside world in a different way. And I do feel like you would feel like at least I got to say my piece. You know, whatever be damned, I stood up and shared what I felt. Where I would suppress it before, I'm sharing it. And I feel like that's a powerful energy there for you. What would be the outcome of that? Yeah, an ending. It would end. There's the world card, last card in the major arcana. It'd be an ending, which would allow you to have a new beginning. Not with them, but it would definitely end things because part of all their energy they've been doing is we have so much drama and we're on conflict all the time that you sharing that is not a I want to work things out. This is I want to blame you energy. When anyone does this to us, right? That doesn't make us go, "Oh, really? Thank you. I'm so grateful that you're pointing the finger at me, telling me who I'm not being and how I failed and how I didn't live up to what you wanted me to live up to." I appreciate that. Zero, unless they're being sarcastic. Right? So you're not gonna get a response of togetherness, you're gonna get an ending, from that. Yeah, the 3 of swords, expectations equal disappointment. If you have expectations that it's going to cause them to go, "Oh, I'm so sorry, you're right, I'll do everything you wanna do," you're gonna be sorely disappointed, right? You probably already know that because, it's not going to get you any it's not going to get you a new beginning. It's going to get you like a permanent ending with them. And yeah, and you have the magician energy here. Again, this new beginning energy with the world card, endings and new beginnings. You get to have a new beginning in your life. You get to have this fresh start within your own energies. So I do like that for you because, you know, I like that you're able to express yourself and you don't feel like you have to hold it in. Now, I do also encourage you to, realize with the bottom of the deck being the Lover's card, which is Gemini energy, which is today, um, but also the Gemini full moon. This is the power of emotional choice that you can't make them feel any way that you want them to feel. And you have no control over that. You can only choose how you feel. Your stories, your emotion, your energy, your actions, you can't control them. So realizing that this everything that was happening, all your emotions you're feeling weren't done to you by them. You chose those emotions yourself. I know. It really is a hard thing to hear the first 1,000 times that spirit told me that, because 'cause I'm like, "What? I was responsible for my heartbreak?" Yeah, because of my stories that I had put on a situation by the opinions that were given to me. Then the emotional soundtrack that goes with that story is what I felt. So when I had, like, stories of abandonment or betrayal or people not appreciating me or in all sorts of ways, jobs not appreciating me for the job that I did, friends, family, um, whatever. Those were all happening in here. No one made me feel that way. They just did what they felt they were doing. Didn't realize what was rippling within me, all my triggers going off. My triggers are mine, not theirs. We have no idea what we were triggering inside of other people, but it's important. I feel like even if you express this and do all that, that'll make you feel good, but it's not going to solve the trigger inside of you. You're just going to draw in more teachers in the future that are going to reflect the same thing back to you. Trust me. We draw the teachers into our lives over and over and over and over again in different bodies, different situations, because they're showing us what we want to see about ourselves till we see it, right? If you choose not to act on all this and just wait or um, just choose to let it go, then you have the Six of Candles. You have a victory feeling of energy here too, because, and I think we talked about it in your reading, right? That when we validate ourselves by someone else's actions, when they don't and we end up in a fight, like we all will eventually do with another human when we're wanting them to validate our worth, when they don't, it causes ripples. And then when they do their little unacceptable acts that they do that don't match up to what I want them to do, I will seek their apology. They need to apologize to me. That's just a second attempt at trying to get them to validate my feelings. What if they never give it to us? Because we're the ones that need to give ourselves the apology, right? It's like, I'm sorry that I didn't define myself by you. Instead, I defined myself by them. I'm sorry I cheated on you with them. I'm sorry that I betrayed you by looking outside of myself for my definition instead of to you, higher self. I apologize to you. That's the apology. And then we release and we don't blame ourselves. We don't blame anyone else. We have unconditional love from our higher self. But you have a victory available here. Yep, you have the 10 of canes, the 10 of swords, letting go of all those expectations, the supposed to be, the should be. You're freeing yourself from this cage of all of that. You have 3 of cups, friends, joy, celebration that comes from this. And you have the high priestess. You move away. You do spend a little time by yourself, but you're reflecting. That's the big important piece, is realizing all of this is a reflection for you, that all of the stuff that they were doing, like I said, what wasn't being done to you. but it was being done for you to free you from these thoughts and beliefs around other people's actions mean something about you, or their non-actions, or their silence, right? So there's a freedom that comes from that. We'll see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. Let me see. Do we want? I'm only doing 2 of those big fortune cookies for the first 2 readings, because otherwise it gets to be very, very, very long. Let me see, what's your next one up here? Friends. What's your other one? 70 hours. Yeah, I feel like this is the one that will do it in here. So, yeah. Good night, Christina. You're probably gone. Hey, Debbie, good to see you. Yeah, I feel like this is the one that isn't important to get an extra message on, an extra in-depth one. In addition to the take the next step, away, right? Or is that the next step can be going, well, we'll see here. Yeah. Wow. Nothing changes if you wait. Both nothing changes if you wait and telling them what you want to feel, nothing changes. Nothing changes if you wait for them to change either, right? Wow. What a perfect card. These cards are pretty amazing. I like a lot of these fortune cookies and other oracle. They're just always so like on the button, you know, with these here. I just got to find it here. Did I totally? Oh, no, there it is. Number 99, on the verge of change, hitting 100. So the core message is action creates the future, not waiting. Boom. Wow. Key themes: initiative, empowerment, personal responsibility, forward motion, self activation, courage to begin. Your message is you can dream, plan, visualize, and prepare, but at some point you have to move. Waiting might feel safe, but it keeps you stuck. Change doesn't come from hoping, it comes from doing. So this card is your wake up call. Nothing shifts until you do. So, and there's more here, of course, but you can either take action now and contact them and just brah and pour it all out, and have a fight and just end on this note of that I told them what was what, right? Or you can choose action and go, and I'm going to take responsibility for my emotions, and it has nothing to do with them. These are all are me, and then I take action that way. Or you take action and then action. There's no wrong choice, just different choices with the different outcomes and different experiences. I do encourage you to go inward first, because having done the other, eating crow and realizing later, oh my God, the things I said can't be unsaid. And it wasn't who I wanted to be, but that's exactly who my inner child, my little 2-year-old self felt it needed to do. You know how like a little 2-year-old goes, I wish you were dead. And then someone dies and you have to live with that the rest of your life. That's the kind of energy. It's like, I'm going to focus on me first, but there's no wrong choice. Just experience, like I said. It says you don't need to wait for the right mood, the right timing, or the perfect confidence level. You already have enough to begin. Every breakthrough starts with a single choice to take the reins of your life and act. This isn't about hustle, it's about momentum, and momentum starts now. Your guidance says if you've been procrastinating, hesitating, or endlessly preparing, this card is here to remind you that waiting won't protect you. It only delays your joy. Whatever you're hoping will arrive on its own, it's waiting on you to go first. Change doesn't knock on your door uninvited. You build it. And the longer you wait, the more power you give to fear and doubt. Choose differently, choose motion. That's why, like, do it now. If you're going to go yell, do it now. Because waiting, you're just building and wasting more and more energy. You're just delaying stepping into your joy that you will. based on the ripples of those actions. Your journaling prompts are: what have I been putting off? And what story am I telling myself about why? What would happen if I took just one step today, no matter how small? What am I really afraid will happen if I stop waiting and start acting? You really have nothing to lose. Just saying. Activation practice, the now move. So close your eyes, take a breath, and ask, what can I do right now that my future self will thank me for? Don't overthink it. Write it down and do it. And let the smallest move create a ripple of change. Your affirmation is: I don't wait for change, I create it. My future begins with the step I take today. Yeah, not waiting for someone else to do what we think that they should do, right? Just do. Go. Your action step: pick one thing you've been waiting on, an idea, a conversation, a decision, and take meaningful action toward it today. No more waiting for signs. Be the sign. I love that. So there you go. Boom, boom, boom. What do you got to lose, right? They already aren't talking to you. Let's just, I'm going to say what needs to be said, not expecting that it's going to do anything, but I'm doing it for me, right? Because if you're doing it expecting them, oh, this is going to make them want to be with me. No, it's actually going to push them further in the other direction. But that's what needs to happen anyway, because, it's there, right? So I like it. All right. And then we will move on here. Hey, Kenya. Good to see you. Hello, hello. Yeah, you sure can donate. All the information's in the description box of the video. You can donate by super chat, or I have Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, and Square down in the description box as well. If you want to use any of those, and there's no set dollar amount, whatever you're able to give from your heart is perfect. And yeah, and then you just put your question there. Um, or if you're doing it PayPal, whatever, if you put it there, I'll see the email either way, or any of those. So, and then I'll add you to the list. Currently, I'll have Sudeshna up next, and then footwork, and then back to Sudeshna, Patty, and then Sudeshni, and then Maria P. And then you would be after that if you make a donation right now, which we will complete it tonight. All right. All right. So Sudeshna, let's see, Sudeshna will do it exactly at 3:58 even. So here's your 3. We will circle back around for number 4 here in a moment. Let me get rid of this here. Oops. All right. And come on, mouse. Mouse is acting weird. Come on. Here we go. There we are. Let's give that a love and a like there. And this one is: we have a common group of friends and they're planning a picnic in the month of December around the 20th or 21st. And of course, Mr. T will be there. He's mostly organizing it. Mostly. Should you go to the picnic? Will my other friends reach out to me and ask me to go? Or are they not bothered about me? Did they have any discussion? Oh, so are they all taking Mr. T's side and saying, no, we don't want you to be there? We'll take a look here. So again, with spirit, there's not should, there's just different energies. If you go, what energy will you experience if you go? If you don't go, what kind of energy will you experience? Okay. And then I feel these other ones are about your friends, about will they reach out to you to go? And did they have any discussions? We'll just look at that overall energy here. Yeah, I like that you have the King of Wands on the bottom, which is in the Lover's card under that, which is all about emotional choice and you choosing, what you want to do and what, um, and you'll see what energies are here to see what you want to experience, but you get to choose how you feel when you go there. You can't choose how anyone else is going to act or react or feel or whatever. What do you want to experience, right? So it's like, I can go and have an amazing time if I want, or I can go and have a horrible time if I want. I get to choose. And it has nothing to do with what's going on the outside. It's me deciding, right? People just act or they don't act. They speak or they don't speak. But what story I put to it, what emotion I choose, what energy I put forward, what I do with my actions, that is that energy, right? Um, so, there is that. I get to choose what happens in here. I can't choose and influence what happens out here except I can make it easier or harder for people to choose higher or lower vibration stories and by my actions. I can go out there and go, "You all suck. I hate you all. I hope you all burn." That's going to make it difficult for them to have warm, fuzzy emotions towards us. Or we go fill it up with our own self love and let it overflow out. And people feel that joy and that energy when we're doing that. And that makes it easier for people around us to choose higher vibration. But you can give someone the entire world and they could still choose to be unhappy. So it's like I spend most of my energy focusing in on what I can control, which is my story, my emotions, my energy, my actions, right? Let's take it here. If you go, what kind of energies based on current energy would you experience? You got the Queen of Gifts, Queen of Pentacles. That's that Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. It feels abundance, feels like you would feel support there with that energy. Two of Good Cheer, Two of Cups. Here's that emotional choice energy, like the Lover's card on the bottom. But there's important friendships that are there too, not just the ones you're struggling with. You have people that enjoy who you are and that you could develop deeper friendships with people. You definitely will find out who your friends are and who aren't. And that's a good thing to realize. It's always a gift when people show you who they are because they're the red flags going, "Hey, don't trust me." And you're like, "Thank you for that. I'm not going to waste energy on you anymore." You know? So this is a good emotional choice energy that comes in. And the 8 of candles, 8 of wands. Yeah, a lot of fun, a lot of activity, a lot of energy that's there. So, and it feels positive um, going there. As long as you don't make it around Mr. T, it's like, "Oh, this is all about them." No, if you take control of I get to choose, and I don't care. It's a great growing and learning experience with that too. Um, if you don't go, yeah, you'll find your own passion, your own energy. There is this own excitement. I feel like you'll find something else to do. You have, you have the Hermit connecting to spirit. That's being alone and being connected to spirit. But you have the Two of Candles too, which is the power of energetic choice. Whatever I focus on is what I grow. So if I don't go, if I choose to focus my energy on lack and people hate me and why didn't anybody want me to be there? Why didn't they kidnap me and make and force me to go? I'm going to have lower vibrational that grows, right? More lack. But if I look at it and going, you know what? I'm choosing not to go because I'm the one that would choose to go or not. Um, and um, so if I choose not to go, then if I focus my energy on what I'm grateful for and what I use that energy for instead of focusing on, oh, they're all doing this and I bet they're saying this and blah, 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 right? And growing all that, I'm going, all right, I'm going to go learn something. I'm going to go do something new. I'm going to meet some new friends, or I'm going to go do this with some of my cousins or my family. I'm going to make the energy expand in gratitude, not retract in rehashing all of that, right? Going, "Oh, I wish I would have gone," or whatever, right? It's like, whatever you make of it if you don't go, right? You get to choose is what it's all coming. You got 2 of cups, 2 of wands. You're choosing your experience. No one's doing anything to you. They're just living their life, and you are the one that's creating stories about around people's actions or non-actions, their words or their silence. What about these friends of yours that we talked about here? What have they been doing? King of good cheer, King of cups. They're all balanced between head and heart. They're all that's between you guys, not us. That's your problem. uh, keep us out of it. We're here for ourselves. Kind of energy. King of canes. You get the King of Swords. This is all about communication. All these kings, people are in charge of their own lives. They're living their own stories. They're creating their own stories around things. This is about communication. I do feel like someone will reach out to you because that's the master of communication. And the three of good cheer. You know, this is joy. Your true friends, your true inner circle with the three of cups. This is your tribe, your social. So, like they were saying, you will discover who your friends are in this and who are not, and that has nothing to do with you. You're just allowing people to show you who they are, and then in that, you're like, okay, thank you. You know, this isn't about me, but you're getting to choose. Um, what you do. You know, and I referred that book, Let Them Theory by Mel Robbins. And it's a wonderful thing because it's the let them theory also has let me. The let them is let people be who they are, show you who they are without trying to change anyone. We just allow them to express who they are and be. And and then I get to decide how often I'm going to be around these people or what I wanna do about it. I get to choose. That's the whole thing. They get to choose them. I get to choose for me. And, um, if I'm making my choices based on how they feel about me, then we can revisit that because it's like if it's transactional friendships, well, I'll be their friend if they'll be my friend, then you're just gonna end up without people that are transactional. You take one step out, the transaction's off. But if you become your best friend first, then you can be a best friend to other people. But until you are a friend with yourself, how can you be a friend with others? Ooh, I like that. That's good for all of us. All right. And then your fortune cookie is coming from the Fae Whispers Fairy Oracle. These are shorter ones, just for more than two donations. I go to these tonight. You got the Sacred Circle. Wow. I like that energy because it says unity and protection. You are part of a greater whole. WHOL, not a hole in the ground. But you are part of a greater whole, even outside of these friendships, the collective of humanity, the collective of all souls on the other side. You belong. These humans, this is just a show. This is just a movie. These characters aren't real. They're just fictional characters in a book. We're not real. This bread is Zen's not real. This is just an expression, a little hand puppet. The real us is up, still up above, all interacting, part of a giant sea of love. So you are loved and cared for. All right. All right. So that is that one for you there. So many blessings to you. Let's see here. All right, very good. Thank you, Debbie, for mentioning that. Um, yeah, thank you so much. The I'm actually in donations right now. Um, I if you want to do a free reading, I can add it in here. But I'm at 4 hours, so I'm kind of limiting um, additional more free readings because I've got some donations to finish up here as well. Because up next will be Footwork and then Sudeshna and then Patty, Sudeshni and then Maria P. And then I do have a handful of free readings um, that I'm going to complete. But if you want to get into that, I'm going to have to this will be my last free reading um, to be able to do because we're going to be hitting over 5 hours and I need to maintain somewhat of a appearance of balance. All right. So let's continue here. So we've got here footwork. You are up. Thank you for your patience in getting to your reading here. So footwork, here is your timestamp. And then here is your donation. We'll give that a love and a like there. And you would like a general reading. All right. Let's take a look here and see what Spirit has here for you. All right. What else? We got this. We've got this. Do you have this? These here. This here. This here. This here. All right. See what this is about. Bottom of the deck, you do have the Child, which is the full card, the first card in the major arcana, which is very childlike. It's about, a new beginning, letting go of expectations, seeing the world as like a place of possibility, than having a lot of supposed to's and expectations and things that are limiting and trapping instead, right? So I like this feeling of freedom, this feeling of adventure. Again, possibilities. What are the possibilities? That's when miracles happen. When we're like this, it's very hard for this to happen, right? Everything has to be this way. When we open up, it's like all this possibility coming in. Your first card that came up, that was just the bottom of the deck. You do have moon. We got a giant full moon coming in today. Last full moon, super full moon as well in Gemini. And there is a lot of Gemini energy, kind of is that learning and growing and kind of the twins that pull, right? One part of the twin is the lower human, and the other one is the higher actor behind the human, the character, you know, that brings in truth and brings us things that rooted in unconditional love and joy and laughter. And that lower vibration is all the supposed to, the shoulds, the need tos, the have tos, the musts, all those expectations and stories we've been told on how things are supposed to be. Well, that's what this full card, it's like it's the higher twin pulling away, pulling you out of mindsets that don't serve you anymore, those that used to limit. And it's like, yeah, I'm pulling away these blinders so that I can see things. I can see more the possibilities. Yeah. The Seven of Swords, becoming aware of your own thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that used to cheat you out of opportunities to steal things out, the limiting beliefs of I don't deserve that. They can even be below the surface and not conscious ones, right? Sometimes we have these beliefs that we heard so much, they're just reactionary on autopilot below the surface. They're not like, we're not consciously going, I don't deserve that. I don't deserve that. We think, I really think I should deserve that. But down inside, our inner children are going, no, we were told we don't. You have to do this and this and this and this first before you deserve that. That's not true, though. This is the rumors that our inner children heard growing up. And so there is this freeing of mindsets that are going on right now. And the Five of Good Cheer, the Five of Cups. This is lower vibrational emotion. So some sorrow, some feelings of that are being ignited with this full moon too. It's really bringing up the energy of the emotions attached to those beliefs, because that's what happens first. We have an emotion that creates all these mindsets. One emotion can create 1,000 different thoughts and mindsets. So when we get down to the emotion, it can automatically transform like all the mindsets that are accompanied with it too. Below the surface of this, we do have Three of Good Cheer, which is joy and celebration, and the Four of Canes, which is letting expectations go. That's where our peace of mind comes in. So as you release these expectations of, the belief that things have to happen a certain way, we release ourselves. When we free ourselves, we also free our minds, and we get into that place of peace. We get in a place of trust where we say, Creator, I'm giving this to you, and I know you're going to bring me the perfect answers in the perfect timing, in the perfect way. And then what can I do? Show me. And they will. They'll show you what you can do in things. But when we're in a noisy expectations that are rooted in fear, it's very loud, very noisy. It's hard for us to hear. It's like being in a loud restaurant. Everyone's talking really loud. There's hundreds of people, and you can't hardly hear the person across from you. But if you're in a library, you can hear the whisper, and that's the whisper of spirit that we can hear when we're in a place of calmness and clarity, right? Let's see what this is bringing you towards. Yep, Ace of Good Cheer, Ace of Cups. This is an energy of self-love. It's an energy of allowing yourself to fill up and overflow to the world, allowing yourself to share with the world your, how you uniquely want to share that love in your heart with the world. But there's also an energy that coming in here. It's letting you know that every relationship in the outside world, friends, family, lovers, clients, students, blah, 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 everyone is a reflection of our self-love. So how I feel I see myself is how I reflect it out to the world. I also can't give more love to the world than I have for myself, nor receive more love from anyone in the world than I have for myself. So, as I say, when I love myself that much, no matter how much love I want to flood out, it's just going to trickle in, out. And if anyone gives me love, no matter how much they give me, it's only going to trickle in. But the more I, find this Ace of Cups unconditional love, it expands my ability to give and receive love to the outside world too. But this relationship is what allows us to open up more to the outside world too. In relationships, in business, in our bodies, in our abundance, all of that. It's rooted in that. That's the biggest thing we can do is find our self-love. Yeah, lightning tree. You got the tower. There are some things being removed out of your way on purpose for a purpose to make room and space for those things that align more with your higher self. So, and this feels like it's thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that it's kind of zeroing in on. Situations are coming up to show you this thought over and over again. It's like them going, hey, 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 what? I see it. All right. Then you can question that belief, that limiting belief, and be freed from it. And that brings you to the Six of Gifts. Yeah. The Six of Pentacles, which is this abundant energy where you have enough for yourself and you're actually able to give to others. It points us to that, back to that feelings of worth, because the Six of Pentacles is like my overgiving or my codependence awareness card, which that goes back to, even though in my mind I feel like I deserve abundance, my inner child is like, nope, we have a rate of exchange down here, and you have to give 1,000 abundance coins or 1,000 love coins in order to get 1,000 abundance or love coins back. And it goes on autopilot. It runs and it's stored below the surface that was formed when we were 7 years old and younger. And if we question it, and bring it forward into our consciousness and go, why do I believe this? Who in my past do I feel I gave so much to as a child and got so little back? It's about releasing some old stuff to balance that out till we deserve 1-to-1, not 1,000-to-1. That helps reduce these forest fields that are keeping things from coming to us and allows things to flow to us. They're the gatekeepers that open the castle gates to allow people to bring in stuff. But until it feels we're worthy, it closes it up and says no one enters, right? That's love, abundance, business, all that. Hopefully that resonates. Let's see here what your fortune cookie brings in too. These are pretty awesome cards. So let's see what comes in here. Yeah, trust the process. Sunflower. It's almost like the follow the yellow brick road. Almost. It's not really yellow, but the flower's yellow. Here it is. Trust the process. Yep. So page 51. So the core message is you're growing even when it feels slow. The key themes are patience, I know, inner transformation, surrender, faith in the journey, invisible progress, and self trust. Says growth doesn't always come with fireworks. Sometimes it's quiet, subtle, even invisible, but that doesn't mean it's not happening. You're evolving in the pauses, in the effort, in the waiting. Trust that the seeds you've planted are taking root beneath the surface. This card is your reminder that transformation rarely follows a straight line. Detours, delays, and slow seasons are not signs of failure, they're part of the becoming. Every small effort is creating momentum. Every quiet moment is building strength. Breathe, loosen your grip, trust the process. That's the I give it to you, creator, right? Your guidance says you may be feeling frustrated, stagnant, or uncertain about where things are going. This card asks you to release the need to control the timeline and return to trust. Growth isn't always something you can measure in the moment, but it reveals itself in time. You are not stuck. You are not behind. You are in motion, even when it doesn't feel like it. Keep watering your vision. Keep showing up. Trust that your becoming is already in progress. Some journaling prompts you have: where am I struggling to trust the timing of my life? What would it feel like to believe that things are unfolding perfectly, even now? What past experience showed me that growth was happening long before I could see it? I love that. The practice says the evidence list. So reflect on a time when you felt lost, unsure, or stuck, and how it eventually led to something meaningful. Write down 3 moments where growth was happening, even when you didn't realize it. So keep this list close as proof that the process works even in the stillness. Your affirmation: I trust the timing of my life. I'm growing in ways I can't yet see. And your final action step says instead of pushing, pause. Instead of doubting, reflect. Choose one way to support your future self today, a small, loving action that says, I believe in where this is going. Keep going. The roots are growing deeper than you know. Wow. I love that for you. So that's what they have for you, footwork or Valerie, I believe. So that is what they have for you. Many, many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. All right. And then is that Salama? Thank you so much. I'll add you onto the free list here. See if my voice is going to last that long. Feels like it's trying to go away. No. Let me drink some water. All right. So Sudeshna Ghosh, we circle back around for your number 4. Thank you so much for your multiple donations. Appreciate that. There are all of them together. Let's scroll up here. There it is. Let's give that a love and a like. So the next 72 hours for you, guidance. All right, let's take a look here. So day number 1, the first 24 hours. Okay, boom, boom, boom. Day number 2. All right, I want that one too. And then day number 3. All right, your overall energy for the next 72 hours is the Queen of Canes, which is balance between head and heart. Uh-oh. This was the card when you were going to be calling. You're going to make the call in the next 3 days. Rah! Here it goes. Let's take a look here. The next day, you have the 10 of candles. There's a lot of energy. This energy buildup, and this is all, of course, based on your current energies. You have the 7 of candles, standing up and expressing yourself. This is not dimming your light, not asking permission to shine, not feeling you have to defend, but you're just expressing yourself. I feel like this 10 of wands energy is building up where I got to do something with all this energy, right? Yep, you do have the Father Christmas, the 9 of Pentacles. There's a bit of time of spending time alone with the Hermit here. And let's see what else we have here. And the Page of Good Cheer, the Page of Cups. I think you got this too regarding that situation. But this is about, I feel like you're happy alone here with this below the Hermit. But I feel like tomorrow is a built up of a lot of energy where you feel like I gotta be me and I gotta be happy with myself. I gotta be able to be happy alone if I wanna be able to be happy with others, right? So I feel like you're like, "I'm going to spend time with myself. I gotta do something with this energy, though." So you gotta act like your previous reading. You either gotta act and reach out, or you gotta act and reach in, and you can't go on like this, right? It's taking up too much of your energy. It's like, I gotta act in one way or another, either call and rah, or go inward and release and look at where the source is, right? So I feel like that's the next 24 hours. And then day two, you have the 9 of candles. There's a little bit of stepping into your power energy here. Let's see what else we have. You got the 10 of gifts and the 5 of canes. Yeah. So there is a bit of conflict here, with the 5 of canes, the 5 of swords. I don't know if you cut off someone's head, not literally, but with your words. But this has to do with the 10 of gifts, the 10 of pentacles, which does have to do with the fullness of life. It has to do with, and I feel like there is this, I'm putting up a barrier. I'm stepping into my power. I am deciding, because all this 10 of pentacles is what you define as success in your world and what you're wanting to do with all this, right? And so there's this energy of, especially with relationships, both romantic and otherwise, it's I get to decide, because there's this conflicting energy I feel is not so much between your head and your heart as it is between you and others. Um, but this is about you stepping into your power and you're going, you choosing not to do things you don't want to do and choosing to do things you want to do. Your power of no, 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 no really comes in here, I feel like, during these 2 days, because you're choosing for you rather than choosing for everyone else. And I feel like you're attaining this balance between your head and your heart through this, coming in here too. Day 3, you've got the Page of Gifts, the Page of Pentacles, and the Magician, the Magus. So there is this feelings of stepping into your power, of seeing your worth in relationship to the outside world in a different way. You're seeing that my life is my choice. The Magician shows that you have everything you need within you to make your life feel full. And they usually have all four aces on the table: the Ace of Pentacles, the Ace of Cups, the Ace of Swords, and the Ace of Wands. So there's all those showing that you do have the ability and that you choose your swords, your cups, your um, I guess your pentacles, and then your wands energy. All of that are the choices you make, and that you're the one that controls it. So I feel like you really step into day 3, you're getting this aha around that my life is my choice, right? Underneath the surface, yeah, here's the King of Good Cheer, King of Cups. That's like your balance of the heart and head. And the Two of Candles, yeah, the Two of Wands, the power of choice of your energy. So there's a world of possibilities of things to happen on day 3. These other ones are like really where you're at is kind of inward, inward, inward for the first couple days, and the 3rd day is like you kind of come out of your cocoon feeling empowered, feeling full, and then allowing yourself this energy of choice and feeling more empowered about that you're not at the whim of the outside world, that you get to choose. I just feel like that's kind of this energy that's unfolding here. I like that for you. Let's see what your fortune cookie says too here for this period of time. So let me just put all these cards back in here. All right, one more. All right, there we go. All right. And then from the Fey Whispers, what about these next 3 days? What do we have here? Oh, this one here. All right. Yeah. The Celtic Chalice, the Ace of Cups, self-love. It's all about self-love. Embrace emotional fulfillment. Your cup overflows with abundance. That's when you turn inward and you really recognize that the outside world doesn't define how I feel. I define how I feel. And the more I tune in with my higher unconditional love, then I fill up and I overflow out to the world. So I love that. All right. So that's what they have for you, Sudeshna. So hopefully that helps. Many blessings to you. Enjoy your adventures. Again, thank you for the multiple donations. All right. All right. Patty, you are up. So, as I said, you actually were one of the winners during Thanksgiving weekend of the 15-minute personal recorded reading. All you have to do is email me. If you just email me and say, hey, I'm claiming my 15-minute personal recorded reading, my email is down in the description box of the video. It's bruddazen@gmail.com. Just BRUDDAZEN altogether at gmail.com. But it's down in the description box. And then I'll send you a response on what you need to do. For the reading, and then what I'll do is I'll end up recording the reading and send you back the link, but I'll tell you more about that when you email me. So congratulations. All right, so Patty, here is your donation. Let's give that a love and a like there. And you would like to know spirit's messages for you. All right, excellent. Let's see what we got going on. All right, so Patty, what does spirit want you to know right now? Okay. All right. So we got, you got 2 cards and 2 cards and 3 cards and 3 cards. Yeah, I feel like you feel like you're what is this? Like stuck. Come on, let's go. But the bottom of the deck, you do have the King of Canes, the King of Swords. This is a quite a bit in your head, right? A lot of thinking, or Aquarius energy. It's like I'm being myself, right? But there's this questioning a lot of things. It's the master storyteller, and I feel like there's a lot that you're trying to gain clarity on right now. That's the underlying energy. And clarity will come for you, and we'll find out through these cards too what else they want you to know about that. But the 2 and the 2 and the 3 and the 3, it's not like things are moving like super, super fast. It's like, you know how someone goes, all right, on the count of 3, we're going to run. 1, 2, 2 and a quarter, 2 and 2 quarters, 2 and 3 quarters. It's like, come on. That's what kind of this feels like. But at least it's 2, 2.5, 3, 3.5. It's not, but kind of feels like things are moving very slow, right? The first 2 cards that came out, you do have the 7 of Gifts, 7 of Pentacles, and the Tower card. So the 7 of Pentacles is an energy of the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit, right? And so it's a slow that's that slowness, right? But it's like trust the timing of things, including here with the um tower card. This one they call the lightning tree, but the tower card, which is trusting that things are moved out of our way on purpose for a purpose. Things are brought in on purpose for a purpose. But with the timing card, it's also trusting the timing of when things come in and when things go out, that it's always for us, not happening to us. When we move from an energy of happening to us to happening for us, things speed up because things go slow so that we can reflect on the lesson or the growth we wanted to learn, the awareness we wanted to learn through something. And as we grow and learn, that raises our vibration, which then automatically speeds things up. So the thing we can do is to look at, why did I want this to happen for me? It takes responsibility knowing that I chose this life and I wanted this to happen for a reason. I'm not a victim of the world or at the whim of the world, but I get to choose. So why did I want this situation I'm in right now? Why did I want that to happen for me? And in sitting in that, we get the awareness, and the clarity that you're seeking comes through that. And then things speed up. Because there's the reason why things happen in the world as far as human reasoning and, processes and all that. But then there's always the reason, the higher reason, the behind the scenes, the below the surface. And that's the clarity you get. Oh, this is why I wanted this to happen, right? So I sliding off my chair in anticipation of your next two cards, which are the Nine of Pentacles, independence, some alone time, and the Six of Good Cheer, the Six of Cups. There is a little bit of return of people from the past with this here, but it's for you. It's allowing you to learn and see how independent that you've actually become. Sometimes when we're away from people or people are absent from our lives for a while, we grow, they grow. We don't get to see them grow and they don't get to see us grow. But when we come across their path, something that becomes immediately apparent to us is how much we have grown. Because I'm not doing and reacting the way I used to, and I'm more myself. Now, in the beginning, we don't see they've changed because we have this little miniature character of them in our head acting the same old way. But if we'll step out of that and see them for who they are in this moment, we'll also see that they have changed. So I feel like that's an important awareness. That takes you to your first set of three, which you have the balance coming in here, the temperance energy. I know here's more patience energy, the king of gifts, the king of pentacles, and the queen of canes, the queen of swords. It's an interesting energy here. I feel like they're telling you to have patience with whoever this king of pentacles is. I feel like you're the queen of swords. You're an air sign. Aren't you an Aquarius like me? I think you are. But I feel like you're the queen of swords. You're balanced between your head and your heart. And this king of pentacles could be a someone who represents like someone who was the abundance, the the person who has wealth or security or whatever, the one, someone representing the groundedness. And then we're probably your father. You're like, yeah, I know. But this is about, again, there's this temperance, patience, because things are evolving and changing. And it kind of goes back to, I feel like the Six of Cups could be them, that you're going to see how you have changed and how they have changed. You're a Leo. Oh, okay. Maybe do you have an air moon? Because there's something about this balancing energy that's coming in here that, it's you seeing yourself differently, and then you're also able to see them differently, and that things can change and things can evolve with whoever this person is. If it's not your father, it's someone from the past that represents that daddy. Yeah. So there is this knowing that things have been growing and changing, that things haven't stayed the same, for forever, right? Um, so interesting with that. And then coming to your final three, you do have the list. Yeah, here's the naughty and nice list. But this is the judgment card, which is your calling. And I feel like this is part of the clarity you're seeking is what is my calling? What is it that I want to do with my life? Where is it that I want to go? How do I uniquely want to express this love in my heart with the world in my own, special and unique way? Yeah, Ace of Cups. Your self-love. Here this is all about how do I want to fill up and overflow out to the world, right? So this is a dream that comes from your heart, not from your head. This drawing that you're coming in here. Yeah, and the 3 of gifts, the 3 of pentacles, which is a reinforcement of being true to your authentic self and expressing yourself in this amazing creative way. And so it's about what you want to create, not what you want to duplicate or regurgitate, but what do you want to create in life? And this is a pivotal point in your life where I feel like all that clarity that's coming in with that King of Swords is you're clearing things out of your head of supposed to be and should be and need to be. And you're really connecting to your heart about what is it that I want to do? What kind of legacy do I want to leave? What do I want? You know, it's like, how do I want uh, to impact people to where people are not going to care about what we've done. People care about how we made it easier for them to feel joy, easier for them to feel their own strength, right? That Leo energy, there you go, leading. Let's see what your fortune cookie comes in here as well. This is the Your Breakthrough is Coming deck. It's a beautiful deck. Let's see what else they have to say here for you. Okay, here we go. And you have Your Fire is Sacred. Yes. Your power. Let's see what that brings in here. Oops, hold on. Clear out of something on my computer over here real quick. There it goes. All right. There it is. Page 48. Right. So your core message of this card is protect your energy, not your comfort zone. Ooh. The key theme is boundaries, purpose, energy management, inner fire, discernment, and sacred protection. The message is your passion, your light, your drive, they're not random, they are sacred. And it's your responsibility to protect them fiercely. Not everyone gets access to your energy. Not every opportunity is worth your flame. This card is a reminder. Stop overextending for things that don't feed your fire. Comfort zones can feel safe, but they also dim your spark. You weren't meant to play it safe. You were meant to stay lit. And staying lit requires saying
no, 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 1,000 times no.
saying no to distractions, to energy leaks, to roles that require you to shrink. Your fire fuels your purpose. Keep it burning for what matters. Wow. Excuse me. I totally saw a cat laying down there. There's not a cat there. I was like, what? What? Meow? All right. We don't have a cat. Your guidance says if this card found you, your energy may be feeling stretched, scattered, or drained. You may be giving your time and focus to things that aren't aligned, while your deeper dreams sit waiting. It's time to reclaim your fire, doesn't it? Boundaries aren't walls, They're doors that open only to what supports your sacred expansion. You're allowed to pull back from what dims you. You're allowed to fiercely protect what lights you up. Some journaling prompts are: where am I spending energy that isn't giving anything back? What habits or relationships drain my fire? Ding, 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 ding. What does protecting my energy look like in action? A protective practice called the flame circle. There you go. I love it. It says, close your eyes and imagine a glowing flame in your center. See it burning brightly, your passion, purpose, and life force. Visualize a circle of light forming around it, shielding it from anything that drains or distracts. Say aloud, I protect my fire. I choose what fuels me. In your affirmation, my energy is sacred. I protect my fire and feed it with purpose. Your final action step, it says audit your calendar, habits, and commitments. Where are you saying yes out of guilt or habit? Choose one thing to release this week, then reinvest that time into something that sparks joy, growth, or creativity. Keep your flame lit. I love it. What a perfect reading. I love that. Your fire is sacred. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I love that for you, Patty. Reinventing yourself. Perfect. You're very welcome, Sudeshna. Cheers. Pardon me. You are very welcome. Hey, Andrea 54 Hector. Let's grab your free reading. We'll add you onto the list here. We'll see how far I get here this evening. My voice is trying to leave and I don't want it to. Spirit going, we're shutting you down. Got a couple more donations and then I should be able to get to the free readings too. Just throw another cough drop in here. We'll let it do its stuff here. I know. Sip, sip. Come on, come on. Take care of yourself. I know. All right. And then we have Sudeshni. You are up. Here is your timestamp. Boom, boom. So thank you for your donation. We'll give that a love and a like here. Let me just make sure here too. Yeah. Okay. Come on. All right. And question below. So thank you for your donation. So this is about work. Why is Pamela so sorry? There's a frog that just formed there. Why are they giving you a hard time at work? Will she stop harassing me? Should I open a grievance against her? Will management step in and tell her to stop bullying the team? All right, let's take a look here. So why? And what happens if you report her? Yeah, I feel like will they step in? And what if you don't? Is there an alternative? We'll see that too. Yeah, the bottom of the deck, you do have the 8 of candles coming in here, the 8 of wands. So there is a lot of energy that's being busted up here, a lot of energy that's, you know, being activated here, a lot of energetic flow. So there is a bit of, I'm going to say, reactionary energy, right? It's rooted in fear, feeling unsafe, feeling out of control. So we're reverting into our, whenever we had the trauma where we felt this before when we were a child, we're returning to that age, right? Where it's funny because I'm seeing a little child going, "Mom, they're picking on me." And it's like I feel like I can't do anything. This person, this bully is picking on me. I feel like I need to tell someone something, but I fear if I do, they're going to retaliate. And I don't feel like I can communicate with them, and so I feel out of control, right? And that's what I feel the underlying energy. It's kind of bouncing around, down there. Hey, glad you're here. You're welcome, Patty. Um, so why are they giving you a hard time at work? Let's start there. Oh, you didn't kiss them under the mistletoe? No. There is some relationship energy here. This is interesting. Sun card, inner child energy. That's coming in here. And it's interesting here because, and this is interesting about bullying, that, and we talked about you being bullied when you were younger and them being a bully now. And I know I was bullied when I was younger. And the thing I found out later, much later, was from friends of mine who I didn't know back then. I didn't even live in the same state, but when I shared with them some stuff throughout the journey, they were like, "Oh my god," because I shared something on Facebook, I think once, where, we realized that when people bully, it means they are being bullied or were bullied themselves, and this is their chance or their reaction to try to feel in control because they felt out of control at home. They try to be in control somewhere else. And I had so many friends, which I did not know were bullies when they were younger, but they were like, "You're exactly right. I was a bully, and I was so bullied at home, or bullied in this situation, and that made me do this. This is why I chose that." So I feel a lot of what they're doing here. Yeah. So, oh yeah, more like accepting them for what they do. Yeah. And there is that energy here, of that they tend to try to be in control. And I even had a boss who, like, they were um the wife of someone in the military, and at home the husband was brr, brr, brr. So she was that way at work. Brr, brr, brr. And when you understand why people do what they do, we stop taking it personally, thinking, "Oh, they're just trying to make me submit." No, feel we're up here. They've been bullied down to here. They're trying to be up here, right? Yeah. Everyone has the power to try to bully, but we have, and this is the lover's card, we have the choice to put a story to 'em being bullied or not, right? When I take what they're doing personally as against me, then I am, looking at it that way, right? So it's like, below the surface here, yeah, we've got a learning experience. So this is all for us. The card of the Hierophant is what's bubbling below the surface. This is showing us what we want to see about ourselves. Um, that's whatever happens in our life is for us. It's not happening to us. We come down here to experience what it might feel like to have something happen to us, but the outside world just is, right? People do things or don't do things, say things or don't say things, and they just are until they get in here, until we assign a story to their actions or non-actions, words or silence. So I'm the one, she's not being a bully. My thoughts about her are being a bully to her and to me, because my thoughts are going, they're a bully. They're this and they're that and they're this. It's our mind, our thoughts about them are bullying them, right? But they're also, I'm creating a story that I'm being bullied. So I'm also bullying myself. When I change that and go, people can say things and do things, and do all whatever, but if they're not my boss, they have a power to bully. We can approach that in different ways, right? When we understand who someone is, instead of feeling we have to defend ourselves, we can become curious about why someone, uh, and we don't have to. When our mindset changes, our interaction with the other person changes as well. We had this one of the companies I worked at when I first started working there. Everybody was afraid. Well, one she had one best friend there, um, and they sat together at lunch. No one would go near them. No one would talk to one of them. Everyone feared them. And one day, her best friend was at work, and I went and hey, can you mind if I sit with you? And people in the lunchroom were like, and I goes like, um, I'm new here and da da da, and they were kind of like standoffish, but because of my empathic abilities growing up, I could feel their pain. I could feel why they did everything. And I just went there with love and just da 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 da, sat next to him when we were doing inventory and did all this stuff. And because people saw me interacting, people started treating them differently. And that was a defensive wall they had up, because what happened to them when they were younger. And so that's when people are acting that way. Every moment is either is an expression of love or a cry out for it, right? So I know that's kind of hard to hear when it's like them, but it's like, yeah, because they're actually, when someone's expressing themselves in a bullying way, they're just a small child that's in pain. When we look at it that way, when we start thinking differently, we stop bullying ourselves. We also stop bullying them in our mind. They become less of a bully, and we start seeing things more clearly as things that are, instead of the story that we're creating too. Let's see here. If you reported the Six of Good Cheer, the Six of Cups, this is the returning. It's like, because Six of Cups is like someone returning from the past. If if they did something with them, you would still have the experience come up somewhere else. Because like that 5, the Hierophant, this is happening for you in your life so you can be freed from it. So you could stop bullying yourself too. And you can be aware of how you're the one that chooses the story, your emotions, your energy, and your actions. You can't control anyone else's. But then you start being curious about why people are choosing what they're choosing, realizing it's either of love or a cry out for love. You see the world differently and it transforms you. So you've been wanting this to happen. This is just saying it'll come in another way. This bully of the past will just come through another person. It's like you exorcise the demon from them, they just inhabit someone else's body. It's like, whoa. Below the surface on that, yeah, you have the Queen of Swords and the Hierophant, and not the Hierophant, the Hermit. And so this energy is about, you know, focusing on balancing your own head and your own heart with the Hermit underneath there, because that's that's the management that will do that, right? And we learn to communicate too. There's great books. The Let Them Theory by Mel Robbins, an amazing book. I haven't started reading it yet. It's called The Next Conversation. Um, I follow him on Instagram. Can't think of his name right now. I'm so sorry. The book's right here. Hold on. Oh, Jefferson Fisher. But he has amazing argue less, talk more. I'll just keep that over here for now. But it's he if you follow him on Instagram, Jefferson Fisher is what he's under, on there too. But he gives a lot of how to communicate, how to deal with, you know, and so instead of arguing, you actually can conversate and you can guide your conversations, in a way. And so both of those books are amazing books of transformation. But I feel like that's what will happen, because otherwise, it's self empowering for us to stand up to the bully inside And then we are able to communicate with people who are not bullies. Bully's just a title. There's not narcissists, there's not bullies, there's not all these. There's just these characters we create in our head based on their actions. Doesn't mean that we just let them do whatever they want and roll over us. We let them be who they are, number one, because I can't change them anyway. But we can start influencing them through our choice of our actions and our energy. And my world changes as I change, because we don't see the world as it is. We see the world as we are. As this changes, then that changes too. Let's see what else they have here. Let me see what else you asked here. Sorry. Will management step in and tell her to stop bullying the team? That's what we kind of looked at there. That they, well, let's see if they would. But the spirit was saying, they have the Knight of Canes, the Knight of Thoughts, of Swords, and the Nine of Good Cheer. I feel like there would be a change in communication for a little bit, and then below the surface, we do have the Ace of Canes, the Ace of Swords, and the Six of Gifts, the Six of Pentacles. I feel like if people, maybe not a grievance, oh, you're having a meeting regarding her behavior. Yeah, it kind of feels like that. If we learn to communicate, and you know it's like, the way I would look at it is more as like talking to my manager and going, I'm having trouble communicating with them, and I'm going to give you some of the situations, and what would you do? And then they were like, what? They did what? Or they're like, oh yeah, they're that way, and they're like, it's really hard. I want to be able to work better in the environment, but it's difficult with them, and I'm trying to find ways that I can do this. How would you do that? So we don't go in going, here, solve my problem. It From a management standpoint, being a manager, I would love when my direct reports would come to me and go, can I get your advice? Not, this person's doing this to me. It's like, what am I, a teacher and you're a little child? No, we're adults. We're all adults. But we revert to being children when we're in fear, right? When we're feeling unsafe and out of control. So there's this energy of, let's step back and do that. But I feel like learning to communicate is amazing. And then it empowers us both with our boss, but also with ourselves going forward. And you know we're having a meeting regarding her behavior, but it's all happening inside of us, right? It's like, I want them to act the way I think they should act. Well, I'm sure she wants you to act the way you should act. So that's us bullying other people. It's like a dictator, right? Dictators are wonderful mirrors for all of humanity, because everyone feels everyone should behave the way we think they should be. Dictators are just a reflection of humanity trying to make everyone be who they want them to be. And so there's that clarification, right? Yeah. But yeah, people can only have power over us if we let them, right? They have to make me be. Well, I could leave and go somewhere else if I want, right? It's like, I don't like this environment, so I can go somewhere else. But the whole thing is, wherever I go, there I am. Like we talked about, right? Because the real bully is in here. And like, I've had friends who've went from company to company to company saying, I can't find a company who appreciates the work that I do, that appreciates me. And when I pull cards and it comes through, these jobs are reflecting how you appreciate yourself. And that's a tough message in the beginning, right? When we realize, that I'm bullying myself, or I don't appreciate myself. So until I find appreciation for myself, the outside world can't give me something I don't have for myself already. So if I feel like someone doesn't respect me, all my like my romantic relationships, I felt they disrespected me in a variety of ways, cheating on me, feeling like I was being used for my money, trying to fit me in between the important things, blah blah blah. All these things were a reflection of how I felt about myself till I realized I didn't respect myself. How could they respect me? Once I found self-respect, that changed the kind of people that I drew in. Um, and you know, that's what we find out. If I um, had bullying, I'm going to experience bullying until I transform that inside of myself too. So it's an amazing thing coming in here. But I feel like, yeah, if you go tell management and communicate with them, these are some difficult situations to work under. What do you guys think? Or if you feel you need to do a grievance, whatever you do, that's going to put a band-aid on this situation, but they'll just pop up somewhere else again in a different body. So I really encourage you to do the inner reflection on it to make it to free yourself for the future, right? And then your fortune cookie is let it be messy. Oh my gosh, let's see what this is about. Sorry, I'm crunching my cough drop. All right. I know, right? Too funny. The core message is great things rarely begin with perfect plans. The key themes are embrace imperfection, authentic beginnings, creativity in chaos, surrender, trust the process, and self compassion. The message is stop waiting for it to be polished before you start. Stop believing you need a flawless plan before you move. Big, beautiful, world shifting things often begin in the mess, in the scribbled notes, the awkward first steps, the half formed ideas, and uncertain beginnings. This card is your permission to dive in as you are. Let it be messy. Let it be real. Let it be imperfect and powerful. The magic isn't in the neatness, it's in the motion. Every masterpiece begins with a brushstroke. Every breakthrough begins with a risk. Mess is not a mistake, it's proof you're in it. Your guidance is if you've been procrastinating because things don't feel together enough, this card invites you to start anyway. Progress doesn't come from perfection, it comes from presence, from showing up, from moving through the discomfort of the unknown without needing to control every outcome. Let go of the fantasy that everything needs to be figured out. Clarity lives on the other side of messy action. There you go, clarity. Your journaling prompts. Where am I waiting for everything to be just right before I begin? What does perfectionism protect me from? And what is it holding me back from? What would I create or try today if I allowed it to be imperfect? Creative practice is called the messy start. It says set a timer for 15 minutes. Begin something you've been avoiding because it feels too big or undefined. Could be a paragraph, a sketch, a plan, a pitch. Let it be rough. Let it be awkward. Just start. Let the mess be your muse. An affirmation is I trust the mess. I trust the magic. I begin before I'm ready, and that is enough. And then your action step says choose one project, idea, or dream and give it messy life today. Press publish, start the draft, make the call, scribble the outline. Let motion replace hesitation. The masterpiece will shape itself as you move. Wow. So I like that for you. Let it be messy. All right. So that is what they have for you. So many blessings. Thank you again for your donation. Hopefully that helps. All right. And then Maria P. Let's see. Let's do Maria P at 5:10 even, Maria. You are welcome, Sudeshni. So thank you for your additional donation, Maria. Here are your timestamps. And let me bring you up over here on the PayPal. All right. Shuffle these up. And I think this is my last donation. And then we will dive into the last of the free readings too. Yeah, I'm at 5 hours. I gotta shut it down here in a minute. We're almost at it's 11 o'clock at night here. That's all right. I'm so grateful. And thank you guys for all the thumbs up you've been giving the video stream too. It does help spread the Zen love. So thank you for that. So you want to know what's happening on the dark side? He's been messaging emojis with kisses. Oh, he's like, oh, that's his responses. Let's see what's going on over there. It's like he must be have a lot going on over there. Is he bugged by you? Well, we'll find out all that in here too. I feel like this is that. Are you getting promoted at work based on current energies? And your coworker David always stares and looks at you with a face like he wants to talk. What is that about? Is that a question? All right. We'll see what we got here. All right. So what's going on over at the dark side here? You got the Three of Gifts. Looks like he's creating something. He's in the middle of finishing something up. Is he still working on that bathroom? Yeah, we've got the Fool card here, child energy. But there is this it's creativeness, all this creativity. They're building something, they're completing something with this here. And below here, you got the Four of Candles. Yeah, the Four of Wands. There is like this celebration. Wonder if if there's people over at the house or something. Because it feels like, or they're doing something. Maybe they're putting up the Christmas tree or doing the decorations, or I feel like they're doing something to prepare because it feels like they're preparing for it. They're creating something, doing something um, for this celebration energy. Are they making a gingerbread house? But it feels like that's what's they're going on there in the middle of building, creating something that they, if they keep stopping, they'll never get it done. That's why they're just like, hey, smooches, 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 and they're back to let's get this done kind of energy. So it feels very active and creative energy there. Is he bugged by you? Ace of Canes, Ace of Swords, and the Nine of Candles. The Nine of Wands. This isn't bothered. The Ace of Swords is about new communication and communication. The Nine of Wands. Where's this coming in here? I feel like perseverance, perseverance, perseverance. That you know they. I feel like it's important just to know that um, when you're not getting the responses you want or detailed, that it's okay. They're involved in stuff, and that's okay. To be in constant contact 24 hours a day, right? Um, I feel like the Nine of Wands is an energy of that they need that nine space, the nine, the Hermit's energy, that they need time to regenerate and recuperate. So it's good that you have time to yourself and that they have time to themselves too. Um, and that's okay. That's okay to do that. It's not that you bug them, but they just limit their that's funny, the ace being the lowest in the communication suit too. It's like they when they go to one little small replies and you're going blah 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 and they're going this, just go, okay, they either prefer communicating in person or talking instead of texting. Um, that it's okay, and communicate. Do you like communicating over text? And they're like, I really, I can do a little bit of it, but after a while, I get so tired. I look at screens all day long or whatever, da da da. Um, and as long as we don't take it personally, right? We just are communicating. What way would you prefer to communicate? And they're like, well, I just kind of in the evening, I kind of just shut down and I'm ready to rest. My brain is dead. It's like developing communication, I feel is important to say all that. Let's see. Oh, are you going to get promoted at work based on current energies? Um, The 7 of swords here has to do with some mindsets. It's looking at some of your thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that might be below the surface it's like these are the thoughts that cheat you out of opportunities. And there's something about belief systems here that's holding you back, because the 7 of swords is letting go of these restricting thoughts and beliefs, like, oh, they wouldn't hire me, or I'm not good enough, or anything. And if you're like, no, I think I deserve it, but do you know you deserve it? There's something below the surface to be looked at, that's holding you back. And then what about this David that's always looking at you like he wants to talk to you? Yeah, 7, sorry, the 6 of canes, the 6 of swords. This is about, yeah, they do wanna talk with you, they do wanna communicate with you. Um, but they're not giving me a whole lot on this. This is about leaving behind choppy waters to move to calmer waters and things like that, but I I feel like this is you're kinda making a statement, they're like, "Yeah, you're right, they do, but why do you care?" Right? And you're like, "It's okay, I don't wanna talk to them because I don't want anything with them," right? So, that's what they have. Let's see, we do have for your second one, we still go to this breakthrough is coming. So here is your fortune cookie for this set of questions. What else does Spirit want you to know right now? All right, here you go. Do you have, yeah, make noise, speak up. I like this. And this is about, if you're wondering, just ask, right? Because if you if you're wondering, do I bother you? And not even that, because it's not because that's kind of like it's almost like a victim mentality. Do I bother you when I contact you? It's like, let's reframe it and ask a question, a clarifying question, right? Do you enjoy communicating via text, or is there a different way that you'd like to communicate? And they go, why do you ask? Well, I notice that sometimes when I'm just sending you a lot of messages, it gets down to just an emoji response, which I know you're either busy or I was wondering if, do you prefer to communicate a different way? And if he's like, oh no, and then they'll clarify when I do that, that means I'm busy and da 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 da. All right, well, good. In the future, why don't you just say, "Hey, hun, I'm right in the middle of a project. Can I catch you later? Let me know, and then I know what to expect or not." Because I'm like, "What happened?" So it's about clarity, developing a way of communicating, right? And this is that make noise. Don't shrink to fit. Take up space. Authentic expression, visibility, confidence, speaking up, releasing shame, owning your truth. Says you weren't born to be quiet. Da-da. You can tell them that. I wasn't born to be quiet. You weren't made to dim your light or edit your truth for the comfort of others. Your voice, your presence, your ideas, they matter, and it's time they were heard. So, this card is your permission to take up space boldly and unapologetically. This is like the previous card you got, similar to it too, about don't shrink. Make noise, share your story, let your laughter echo, and your truth be known. You don't have to wait until you're more polished, more certain, or more enough. Wow. You already are. The world needs your realness, not your perfection. Shrinking doesn't serve your soul, owning your fullness does. What are you afraid of? If people can't handle you, then you need to know now, not later, right? Guidance says this card appears when you've been playing small, staying quiet, or hiding parts of yourself to avoid judgment. But silence doesn't protect you, it just delays your expansion. You are here to be seen, heard, felt, and remembered. The people who need what you have won't find you if you keep hiding. Your truth is your megaphone. Use it. Journaling prompts for this one are: where have I been shrinking to make others comfortable? What truth have I been silencing that's ready to be spoken? How would I show up if I fully believed I belonged in every room I enter? You have an empowered practice of voice unleashed that says find a private space and speak your truth out loud, something you've been holding in. Say it with power, even if your voice shakes. Let your body feel what it's like to hear your own truth vibrate in the air. Then write it down and keep it close as a reminder. Your voice is a force. Your affirmation is I take up space with pride. My voice matters. I'm done playing small. An action step is post the truth, set the boundary, sing out loud, speak in the meeting, make noise in whatever way feels aligned, and let that sound be a declaration of your worth. Wow. I love that for you, Maria. That's what they have for you. So make noise. I like that. I was not created to be silent or to be quiet. Boom, boom. All right. So that is it for my donations. I believe it is true. All right. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I've got 8 free readings to do. So we'll finish those up and then we'll shut down the session. Yeah, I'm at 5 hours and 20 minutes. So it is time to say night night after these. I'll be back, of course, tomorrow night and Saturday night. Sorry, I'm just preparing these. And Saturday and Sunday morning, too. So if you'd like to join me, I will be here. All right, Livier Vagara, you are up. Look at this, 522.55. So what are Octavio's true intentions towards you? And just a reminder, free readings are just 1 to 2 cards, so they go a little faster as well. We don't dive deep as deep. All right. So what is this intentions of them towards you here? Then we got the 6 of Canes, the 6 of Swords. It's a communication that's coming in here. We've also got here the 4 of Candles, the 4 of Wands. It's a marriage card, but I don't feel like marriage is the energy that comes through on it. It feels more joyful celebration, to move from choppy waters to calmer waters. In a way, it's like, I don't know, it almost feels like it's I I don't know. And I don't want to say it in a way like I just want the joy and the stability that you could bring me, but it feels that way, that they're more focused on, you know, how will you make me happy? How will you give me joy? How do you make my life easier? Is kind of the energy that's there. It doesn't feel romantic. There's a little bit of passion energy. I don't even feel like that a whole lot with the candles. It's more just like, how can you make my life easier? That's what they just keep saying. How can you make my life easier and make me happy? Bring me joy in my life. How can you beat that? I feel like they are very, what do they call it? Not contractual, transactional in their relationships with people. What can they bring me? Well, I'll bring them this if they can bring me this. That's why I feel a lot of they grew up and how they are kind of around it. So it doesn't feel like romance or things like that. This feels like more transactional. So hopefully that helps. All right. That's what they got for you, Olivier. Many blessings. All right. Cat Goddess, you are up. Here's your timestamp. And you'd like to know, what does this full moon in Gemini have in store for your loved ones and you? All right, let's take a look here. What does this Gemini bring for you? Okay, what else? All righty. Wow, I'll just put that back in. Well, stability. You got the four, got the Four of Cups and the Four of Wands. Joyful celebration. Um, I feel like there's this stabilized energy, which makes sense with Gemini energy. It can bring in a balancing, right? It allows you to see things differently. I feel like for you and your loved ones, um, it just feels like it balances out communication and it oddly brings in a stability through challenge, though, because I feel like something needs to go out of balance first, then things go back into balance. And that's good. But there's a joyful gathering, a joyful coming together here. And um, yeah, I feel like there's this conflict that everyone's experiencing, but it helps bring you to the next level. That's what happens, right? The Four of Cups is what's bringing me that, because the Four of Cups can also mean boredom. But in this case, I don't feel like that's where we're at yet, because like we'll be at a certain level and then we get a challenge come in that takes us out of balance to bring us to the next level, because we can stay somewhere so long and you're like, this is good, we become stagnant. We need a challenge to take us to the next level, and then we're there for a while. If we're there too long, we become stagnant. It's time to change and go have another conflict that helps us grow, that helps us go. It's like lifting weights. If you lift the same weights over and over again, they become nothing. You don't grow muscle. It's like taking on more weight, taking on more weight, taking on more weight builds us up to where we feel very strong and builds our inner strength. And that's what I feel like this Gemini energy is bringing in. Individual conflicts, maybe some joint conflicts, but in the end, it comes together and brings us to there. So that is what they have for you, Cat Goddess. So many blessings to you. All right. And Musical Beer, you are up next. And a general for the next 24 hours. All right, let's take a look here. So what do they want you to know for the next 24 hours? Wheel of Fortune was the wheel of the year in here, and the Six of Good Cheer as well. Interesting energy here, because I do feel like there is someone with the Six of Cups that's coming back across your path. Someone rising from the dead in a way. They are, coming up and coming this way, across your path, like I said. But and I feel like it's faded with the wheel of fortune. It's like the wheels of fate are spinning, that they're coming back across your path, not to like reconnect with them, but to like, I feel like it's to see how far you've come, because I feel like someone is, rising like a zombie from the dead, right? Someone that hasn't been in your life for a while, and they're coming across your path, and you're just like, "Oh, wow. I see. I see. Like, I would have reacted this way before, but now I'm almost unbothered. Like, it's not causing a reaction like I would have before." So I feel like that's what's coming in here is like there's a someone coming across, but it's for your realization of your growth. It's the tuna for you. It's not to like, "Oh god, they're back from the dead." It's like, no, they're, coming across your path. I don't feel like you even interact with them. I feel like you see them or you hear them or you see them comment on something and you're just like, "Oh, wow, that's them. I so would have freaked out before had it been them before as well." So that's what I feel is coming in here for you in the next 24 hours, musical beer. So enjoy. All right. Hey, Sean G, welcome, welcome. Good to see you. You're very welcome. What did get you here? I will fit you in here. I'm at 5.5 hours, so I'm kind of in my downward spiral. But we'll get you in there. I can do one for you there. And Sherry Armstrong. I should be able to fit an extra one in there. I need to kind of cut it off at some point. Otherwise, Spirit will cut me off. Like, all right. So you are up. Let's continue going here. I will finish the free readings first, and then I'll jump to you, Sean. There. So you want to know, is DJ the physician still in love with his ex-wife? All right, let's take a look here. In love, not do they have a love, but are they in love? Because we always have a love in our hearts, but in love is different, right? No, I don't feel it here. We've got the Hermit card energy, which is them being alone energy. And the Ace of Candles, Ace of Wands, is new passion. They have a new spark, or they're seeking a new spark. That's what they're searching for in that with their lantern, right? But I feel like no, they don't have that there. They are wanting a new spark with someone new or have a new spark with someone new. But that hermit energy definitely is I'm alone, I'm not with them kind of energy that's in there. So very short and to the point, but very clear. Right? That's what they have for you, my dear. Right? Bellini, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. And hang on, your question is what spirit is assisting with here? What spirit is assisting you with your tarot readings? All right, let's take a look here. So, who in the spirit realm is kind of being your guide with tarot specifically, right? Well, definitely a fire energy. Yeah, I feel like this is your fire elemental spirit guide. You have the King of Wands. I'm not the King of Wands, the Emperor, which is like the King of Wands, which they're ruled by Aries. And then the Seven of Wands is like a fiery personality, someone who's kind of like, it's a Leo. We got Leo, Aries, fire, fire, fire energy here. And every one of us has a have actually five elemental spirit guides is how you can look at it. I actually have in my playlist of my on my main page, I have the elements. Um, there's like a five, I think it's five, maybe it's six video series on the elementals. Spirit guides, one of them will be on fire. If you want to check that out, it'll talk to you about what a fire elemental spirit guides does and how you can connect with them even more. But our fire elemental handles our spiritual energy, which makes total sense, and our passions and our drive. So I do feel like they are the ones that are guiding you and helping you, and they'll present themselves in different ways. But definitely, I would check out that. And if you can't find that, just reply on the um, not in chat, but on notes on a message on this video saying, I couldn't find the elemental guide playlist, and I'll grab it for you and post it there. But you should be able to find it on my main page. But it's some great information on how to connect with your fire elemental spirit guide, because we've got one over each of the air, the earth, water, and fire, and then the ethereal spirit guide is our guardian angel. Um, but so hopefully that helps. But I feel like that's who's guiding you. I don't feel like it's someone you knew in this lifetime or anything like that. It's an elemental spirit guide that's been with you all of this lifetime from the very beginning. They're like the supervisor that helps things move throughout your passions, your energy, and your spiritual energy too. So I like that. Enjoy. All right. So many blessings to you. And then Sudeshni, you are up for your free reading. Thank you for your donation earlier. Here's your timestamp here. And could there be a problem with your spine or back and a lot of pain recently? Tarot guidance. It's funny, my host just had spinal surgery 6 weeks ago, a little over 6 weeks ago. One of the big things that came through her experience is realizing how unsupported she felt. So sometimes there's emotional and spiritual reasons behind why our physical body is feeling the way it is. So you might just question yourself, how are you feeling unsupported? Well, at work, hello. Let's see what else they want you to know here. And of course, disclaimer, I'm not a licensed medical professional. See the disclaimer down in the description box. Everyone, tarot's for fun, for entertainment purposes. Should always seek, of course, medical professionals to make any professionals to make decisions in your life, right? All right. Yeah. You've got the Emperor here and the Ace of Candles. Aries energy, there is this power of where I'm focusing my energy with both of these. We've got this fire energy that's all throughout both of these that are here. So I feel like there's kind of a spiritual, energetic reason why it's impacting and inflaming your body. I don't feel like it's so like an extreme thing. I feel like this is more um, stress causing inflammation, causing there's this thing to be looked at inside, right? That we went over in your first reading. I feel like it'll lighten up a little bit as you release all this feeling unsupported. And even if you can even look up like spiritual and emotional reasons for back pain or spine pain. I know Louise Hay, if you've ever heard of her, she's an amazing. I have her book, You Can Heal Your Life. She has affirmations around that too. But really, the spine is about support, and there can be affirmations to help, do that as well. So we do have, I feel like that's the focus of that here. But of course, always go see a doctor anyway to find out. In my host case, she actually did have some stuff from a bad accident when she was younger and how she was born. She was born with her pelvis that sits forward. And so the combination of everything really, she needed to have spinal alignment. She had degenerative discs. So where they had to prop her up and she feels taller. So, be sure to check that out. All right. Hopefully that helps, Sudeshni. That's what they have for you. All right. And then Salama, you actually are up next. So almost you were so close. Let's see here. Let's grab your timestamp here. I know, isn't that perfect? Boom. So you've been jobless for a long time, and any guidance for new opportunities abroad or in the near future? All right, let's take a look here. What does Spirit have here for you? What would they have you know here? All right. Yeah, we've got here, you've got the 2 of Cups, and you have the Hierophant too, which they call this one Sinterklaas. The first thing is about emotional choice here, and the Hierophant is about seeing things from a different perspective. One thing that you can do is, whatever we focus on is what we draw to us, right? And when we come to like joblessness, when I'm focusing on I want a job, I need a job, I fear I won't have a job, all that is lack energy. And we're taught, of course, to focus on all that. We don't know any better because that's what we've been taught. Focus on that. You got to do it. You got to do it. But when we're focused on what I don't have, that's don't have energy is lack energy. And as I focus on it with all my emotional energy and my mental energy, all of that energy, it draws more lack to me. So how we can change that is we change every moment is a choice between lower vibration or higher vibration. The more I focus on gratitude for what I do have in my life, and in the case of like a job, if I don't have a job, I focus on what have I loved about and been grateful for about jobs in the past. I start focusing on gratitude, sincere gratitude around those things. Gwen, I love that about that job, and I'm grateful that I got that experience. And I loved having this job that paid well. I really enjoyed, and we're grateful that they paid well. And we're basically giving the creator a list of things we've loved about jobs in the past. And so we get more of that. It's like going into a donut shop. It's one of my greatest examples Spirit gave to me to help me understand it. If I go into a donut shop and I point at all the things I love, I get a box full of donuts that I love. If I go in and point out things I don't like or that are missing, I get a box full of donuts I don't like or an empty box. So as we change and as we look at what, from a different perspective, then there is this, change that comes in our energy. We start drawing it in instead of pushing it away with our focusing on our fears and the story that I'm jobless and I've been jobless for so long. When I focus in on that, I'm telling the universe, I really enjoy being jobless. Can you bring me more of that joblessness? It's like, no, that's not what I want. Then we change our energy and then things change. There also is this, not if you've been thinking about going back to school or getting some different certifications or something. This Hierophant is also a card of change, of learning, of growth, of teacher student energy. So there is that as well. There's also with the Two of Cups, you might actually get some good information from a friend. I feel like a friend is going to come here very soon. That's gonna, when you're talking about the kind of jobs that you're looking for or the kind of jobs that you've enjoyed, they're like, oh my God, there's this opening over here. And you're like, what? I feel like you can get some information through a contact, through a relationship with the Two of Cups coming in. So the faster you raise your love vibration, the faster you draw things to you. The more we focus on lack, that slows things down because we're basically saying, I don't want more. I like less, which we know is not what you really want. But energy is what tells the universe, not our lips. It's like, who am I being is what I draw toward me. If I'm being like, if we're ever in like a lack role or a victim role or lower vibration, that's who I am. That's what I get when I change it and I start focusing on joy and laughter and celebration and gratitude. And that I draw in stuff that matches it too. So we don't draw what we want, we draw who we are. Right? So hopefully that helps. That's what they have for you, Salama. So many blessings to you. All righty. You are welcome. Hey, Melissa. um, I'm going to add you to the bottom here. I've got Andrea 54 Hector, and then I had two more come in. actually, after I said I had cut off all free readings, Sherry Armstrong and Melissa, I will pull cards for you, but I'm going to, Sean G gave me a donation. So I'm going to jump to her after Andrea 54 Hector. Then I'll come out and give you guys 2 quick readings. But I'm at 5 hours and 45 minutes on, and so I am downward spiraling. So they're going to be quick little answers, not deep ones, of course. All right. So Andrea 54 Hector, we got you at 544.58. And what is the current energy from Carlos, the Leo, because you feel like he's going to walk away from this relationship? Let's take a look here. What is going on with Carlos, the Leo? All right. What do we have going on here? Yeah, I can see that with here too, because we've got this energy of the 5 of Pentacles of lack and of the fear of being left behind, being abandoned. And then the child card, which is the full card, which is a new beginning energy here. And I do feel like the energy I'm picking up is like being a Leo, being a lion. They don't want to be caged. They don't want to be restricted. And because the child card, the full card is being free of expectations, being free of intentions, just enjoying the adventure, right? Because this 5 of Pentacles, this is a fear of being less than, the fear of disappointing, the fear of not being enough. And they would rather walk away from something than ever be feeling that. So if they feel like they're not living up to expectations, if there's conversations about what they're not doing, how they're feeling, they're not answering right, what's next, what are you doing? If there's not this, if they're not being shown gratitude for who they are and what they are bringing, and there's energy being invested in telling them who they're not being, they will leave. They will rather make the choice to leave than have someone say they're not good enough and then eventually leave them. They have a big fear of abandonment. Um, so they'd rather, to do that. So something, that we can do is the more we focus, of course, if we focus on who someone's not being, all the expectations, that sucks the life out of a relationship. The more we focus on gratitude for who someone is, what we are grateful for, we can tell them. But what's more important is that we are truly grateful for the things that we love about them and not focusing on who they're not. Because the more we focus on who they're not, the less they become. Eventually, they become a ghost in our life, right? So I don't feel like they're getting there, but I don't feel like they're like um, they might be searching for the exits, but they're not exiting yet. So you can change that with changing that energy. If that's in alignment with, if you guys are to be together, that's what you can do. And you can learn this through this relationship. And if it's not meant to be, then you'll have it for your next relationship. But I feel like right now, I feel like that's the message for you. Okay. So many blessings to you. All right. Sean G. Hello, hello. You are up. Here is your timestamp. And thank you for your donation via Zcash app. And you put your question over here, right? Yeah, there you are. I see your red hair. Am I doing the right thing with the situation I'm in? Will this person give me pushback? All right, let's take a look here. Of course, there's no right or wrong. There's just different choices, different experiences, different outcomes. So what we'll do here is what you're doing the easier path towards abundance and fulfillment, or is there another path? And will this person, you said, give you pushback? Right. Well, you have the Tower card on the bottom. I feel like there's going to be a sudden change that comes up here. I don't feel like you're going to have to worry about the situation. I feel like there's going to be a significant movement and possibly removal out of your life of this situation. Let's see what this is here. Yeah, you have the Hermit card, which is this going at it alone energy, independence energy. You have the Eight of Cups, walking away from relationships that don't serve, and the Six of Candles, which ends up being a victory where you end up stepping out and standing apart by leaving this relationship, whatever kind of relationship it is, business, romantic, whatever. This independent energy feels important here. Will this person give you pushback? You've got the Six of Canes and the Page of Gifts. There is this Six of Swords. The Six of Canes is about, in this case, this feels like it's like this mutual communication back and forth. But in the end, I feel like with whatever, you do end up moving from choppy waters to calmer waters through this interaction with this person. But the Page of Pentacles, this is about seeing your worth in a relationship to the outside world in a different way. Let's see what these cards are underneath here. Yeah, you have the Queen of Cups. There's a lot of intuition. Follow your gut with this, which I feel like your gut is saying, get out, run. And you have the Four of Candles. This is the Four of Wands, which is, follow your joy. Does it bring you joy? No. Then why are we doing this, right? It just feels like this is an altercation, and it feels like the best thing that's coming in here is this removal, this stepping away. Even the Six of Swords is a change of a mindset, allows movement and transition. It just feels like the best thing is to get out of this if you can, whatever situation this is. It just doesn't feels like if you don't, it won't, like, it'll be removed for you. The Tower card is like you might be feeling, especially intuitively, especially around a full moon right now, that I feel a countdown. What's this countdown? 9, 8, 7. Because it's like if you don't leave the situation will leave you. Coming in here, it's like there's something better, there's something more in alignment coming up for you. Let's look at your fortune cookie here. This is your breakthrough is coming, Oracle. I feel like they'll give you more here as well. Let's take a look. All right. Yeah. Done is better than perfect. It's almost like they're saying, be done with it. Let the airplane fly. Let's see what this is. Yeah. Power number 33. The core message is imperfect action still builds momentum. The key themes are progress over perfection, action taking, letting go of self pressure, momentum, courageous creation, and release of control. Your message is waiting until it's perfect? Question mark. You'll be waiting forever. Perfection is a moving target, one that often keeps you stuck instead of inspired. But momentum? Question mark. That's created through doing, through showing up, hitting publish, taking the step, and learning as you go. This card is your gentle shove forward. Stop editing yourself out of your own life. What you have is already enough to begin. You don't need the flawless plan or the perfect conditions. You need movement. I'm sorry, you can tell my brain is shutting down. Your dream doesn't need polish, it needs you, flaws and all, meaning your dream. Guidance says you may be caught in overthinking, stuck in preparation mode, or letting fear of judgment slow you down. But action, even messy, clumsy, unrefined action, is how clarity and confidence are born. Growth doesn't come from over planning, it comes from doing. Perfectionism is often just fear wearing a fancy outfit. Strip it away. What if good enough is more than enough right now? Your journaling prompts are: where in my life am I delaying action because I'm afraid it won't be perfect? What belief am I holding about failure, and is it helping or hurting me? What could shift if I valued momentum more than mastery? There's an activation practice saying the 10-minute launch. So set a timer for 10 minutes. Pick the project or idea you've been sitting on. In that short time, take one small but real action. Write the intro, send the pitch, draft the outline, record the voice memo. Let speed disrupt the spiral. Let motion build the momentum. Your affirmation is: I release the need to be perfect. My action is enough. I'm already building something beautiful. And your action step is: pick one thing today to finish imperfectly. Post it, share it, submit it. Let it be real instead of ideal. The world doesn't need perfect you. In your power and progress are more than enough. Sorry, I'll reread that. The world doesn't need perfect. You, in your power and progress, are more than enough. Boom. I love that. So hopefully that helps bring you some guidance there. Thank you again, Shanji, for your donation. All righty. And let me just make sure here. Okay. And then I just have two free readings left, and these will be the last. I do need to sign off after this because I'm almost hitting 6 hours and that my brain is shutting down. So I'm not taking, I'm just going to complete Sherry Armstrong and then Melissa. Hey, Leo. I will be back tomorrow night and Saturday night, and then also Saturday and Sunday morning if you guys would like to return for more readings. But I do need to go. I have to cut off at some point because it's like almost midnight. So I need to go. So Sherry Armstrong. Boom, boom, boom. Here is your timestamp, and you said a reading. So we'll do here general reading, see what spirit wants you to know right now. I didn't see a question, specific question, so we'll do that. All right, we got here. You've got the Strength card and the Nine of Pentacles. You know, I feel like you might feel a little bit kind of alone or a little bit like you're in solitary confinement with the Nine of Pentacles. It's like a hermity energy. But it's been an important time here because one, you're learning about your inner strength. You're learning about who you are, but you're also, this is your higher self and your human self. And this is about this connection that you're finding inward and upward. Even though you might be alone in the physical world or feel alone in the physical world, you have a great host of beings of unconditional love and light that surround you, that they want you to know are around you, giving you signs, giving you memories, tapping on memories, giving you emotional energy of other spiritual energy that flows through. But you're not alone. Um, and that this is a time that was put aside that you wanted to be alone so that you could grow that to where you could feel more independent in there as well. So that is what they have for you, Sherry. So many blessings to you. Hey, Ashish, I'm so sorry I'm not taking any more readings. I'm finishing up the last one right now. I'm almost at 6 hours, but if you want to come back tomorrow or Saturday night, Saturday morning, Sunday morning, I'll be happy, of course, to get you some answers, but I have to stop taking questions um, so that I can go sleep and eat dinner. It's almost midnight. Maybe I won't eat. Maybe I'll just go to sleep. All right. So thank you for understanding. I appreciate that. All right, Melissa Hodzik, 559. Whoops, 24. Yay, thank you so much. I appreciate that. All right, so Melissa, hello. Can you maybe point you to where to look for the lost thing? You're welcome. Let's take a look here. All right, so can we have guidance on where this lost thing is? All right. I was going to say, I don't think we can help you find your mind, but I'm bunk. Maybe it's in my lost and found where my mind is gone. Let's take a look. We got the 6 of gifts and the 9 of good cheer. So you got the 6 of pentacles and the 9 of cups. So interesting is I'm getting under the Christmas tree, under the table. So I do feel, excuse me, that there's some sort of, it's about under something, excuse me. Under a table by the Christmas tree. Could it have fallen like under a side table? Do you have a side table or a table, coffee table, something near the Christmas tree? But it feels like it's underneath. Underneath. I'm seeing if they're bringing anything else. But it does feel like it's fallen and it can't get up like the old commercial. It's fallen and it fell under to where it's like, oh, there it is. Cause it's like, and if you looked under, make sure to look all the way under because sometimes we'll look and it feels like it well, it should be right here, but it did a real little roly and it went farther than you think it would, or it moved, it skidded, but I feel like it's under something. Like I'm thinking of like we've got like these shelves and there's, a little thing underneath that it can kind of fall under like that. But it feels like it's more of a side table than it is like a shelving unit or maybe a dresser. But hopefully that helps. And that's what we have for right now. So follow your heart. Beep, 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 spirit. Help them, help them. All right. So thank you guys again so much for all the thumbs up and for all your love and support. We had a giveaway today, and Rocky Mountain Deb won. But if you want to get into the next drawing, we've got the new moon coming up on December 19th. Be sure to check out that video. Also, all of my personal readings are on sale, as well as my live and recorded and my Hedges of Peace all the way through the end of the year. All this information's in the description box of the video if you'd like to check it out. If you also want some advice from Spirit on how to make this life an easier path instead of a harder one, be sure to check out my podcast, The Easier Path. The link to all the playlist is in the description box, but the most recent one about change in people, I just posted here in the chat if you want to check that out. You can also look on my main page. It's at the very top, the podcast playlist. So I am out of here. Thank you guys again so much for all your love and support and for hanging out with me and your patience and getting to all the readings. I know it was a long session, 6 hours. I will post a pinned comment here in a moment listing all the order, well, not the order, but all the readings with all the timestamps so that you can see if you're coming back, can take you directly to your reading. Just click on the timestamp. So until I see you guys again, remember every second of every day of your life, you truly are eternally and unconditionally loved by the Mother and the Father of all things, our Creator. And of course, I love you guys too. So till I see you again, much love hanging there. Take care of yourself, rest well. Enjoy this full moon in Gemini. Dream well. That's where I'm headed here in a minute. So much love. You guys take care.